deep woods, they hold secrets, don't they? Park rangers are the guardians of these vast, often isolated territories. They see things most of us don't. Usually it's the majesty of nature, but sometimes it's something else, something darker. Tonight, we have a chilling story, reportedly true, about a ranger whose encounter in the wild led to a fatal error in judgment. Steel yourselves, here is True Park. Ranger was a deadly mistake, scary stories. My name is Alistair Finch, or it was. The man who bears that name now is little more than a husk, haunted by the swirling gray ghosts of the Derbyshire peaks and the echo of a footstep that never found purchase. For 15 years, I wore the bottle, green uniform of a Peak District National Park Ranger. 15 years I walked those paths, breathed that crisp, often damp, air, and felt the ancient gritstone beneath my boots. I knew the slopes of Kinder Scout like the back of my hand, the treacherous beauty of Winnat's Pass, the serene melancholy of the reservoirs. I thought I understood the land, its moods, its dangers. I was wrong. Terribly, irrevocably wrong. I'm writing this down, not for sympathy I deserve none, but because the silence has become unbearable. The guilt gnaws, a relentless worm in the core of my being. Perhaps putting it into words, casting it out into the void, might grant me a sliver of not peace, never peace, but something other than this constant, suffocating dread. Maybe someone somewhere needs to know what the mist can hide, and how easily a simple mistake, a moment of carelessness, can unravel a life. The peaks are beautiful, undeniably so. Heather-clad moors roll like purple oceans under vast skies. Dry stone walls stitch the fields together in intricate patterns, and gritstone edges stand like ancient ramparts against the wind. But there's a wildness here, an untamed heart that demands respect. The weather can turn on a sixpence. Sunshine can vanish, swallowed whole by dense fog that rolls in from nowhere, reducing visibility to mere feet, disorienting even seasoned walkers. Sounds become muffled, distances distort, and the familiar paths can seem alien, menacing. We rangers drilled safety into visitors, warned them about the clag, the bogs, the sudden drops. We carried maps, compasses, radios, ropes, the tools of our trade, designed to mitigate the inherent risks of this wild landscape. We were the guardians, the knowledgeable guides, the ones you trusted. That trust is what haunts me most. It happened on a Tuesday in late October. The season was turning, the bracken burning bronze and gold, but the air held a distinct chill, promising the harsher bite of winter. The morning dawned thick with fog. Not unusual, certainly, but this was a proper P. Super, a dense, wet blanket clinging to everything. It muffled the world, turning the familiar landscape outside my cottage window into a formless gray void. Even the birds seemed subdued, their usual dawn chorus muted to hesitant twitters lost in the gloom. The radio crackled to life just as I was finishing my tea. Minor landslide on the western flank of Black Tor. Nothing major, reports said, just some loose scree and soil making the main path unstable near the edge. Standard procedure: assess, secure the area, set up a temporary detour. Annoying, but routine. The biggest challenge would be the fog. Visibility was practically nil. Alistair, you're closest. Crackled Sarah's voice from control. Pop up there, get the signs out. Just needs a short detour marked around the slip. Shouldn't take you long. Roger that. I replied, already pulling on my waterproofs and heavy boots. Visibility's atrocious up here, mind. Going to be slow going. Take your time, stay safe. Let us know when it's done. I gathered the necessary kit: standard collapsible A, frame signs, sturdy metal stakes, a mallet, barrier tape. We had two main types of temporary signs we used frequently. One, a stark red triangle with an exclamation mark and the words Dan GR, unstable ground ahead, no access. The other, a bright yellow arrow sign, temporary trail detour. They were roughly the same size, stored folded in the back of the Land Rover, usually stacked together. In my haste, fueled by caffeine and the desire to get the job done before the fog potentially worsened or some early hiker stumbled onto the unstable section, I grabbed the folded signs without double checking which under the dim interior light of the vehicle. A crucial, fatal oversight born of routine and complacency. Driving up the narrow lane towards the trailhead was like navigating through milk. The windscreen wipers smeared the condensation, offering only fleeting glimpses of the gray wall ahead. I parked as close as I could and set off on foot, the air cold and damp against my face, the silence broken only by my own breathing and the squelch of my boots on the sodden path. The fog was disorienting, playing tricks with sound and distance. The familiar path felt strange and closed. I relied more on instinct and the feel of the ground underfoot than on sight. Reaching the affected section took longer than expected. The landslide wasn't dramatic, just a slump of earth and rock that had slid down, undercutting the path right near a known steep drop. Off a drop obscured entirely by the swirling vapor. It was definitely unstable. Anyone straying too close could easily go over the edge. The detour was simple enough, a slightly longer, but perfectly safe route looping inland for 50 yards before rejoining the main trail. I found a suitable spot well before the landslide to place the warning sign, wanting to give people ample notice. I unfolded the first A frame I pulled from my pack, hammered its legs into the soft earth, ensuring it was stable and facing the oncoming path. Then I walked the short detour route, marking it loosely with a bit of tape on branches where possible, before reaching the point where the detour began. Here, I placed the second sign, the yellow arrow, angling it clearly to indicate the safe, alternative way. I hammered the stakes in firmly. Job done, I thought. Simple. Routine. I radioed Sarah. Signs in place at Black Tor West. Detour marked. All secure? Good job, Alistair. Cheers for that. Anything else to report? Just the fog. Thick as thieves up here. Can barely see my own feet. Right. Well, head on back when you're ready. Stay safe. I did just that. I completed a few other minor tasks lower down the valley, checking a gate latch, clearing a blocked culvert, mundane duties, performed under the oppressive gray shroud. The fog persisted for hours, a stubborn, unmoving presence. I felt a vague unease, but attributed it to the weather, the gloominess of it all. There was no reason to suspect anything was wrong. I'd placed hundreds of signs over the years. It was muscle memory. It wasn't until early afternoon that the mist began to relent. Slowly, tentatively, patches of blue appeared overhead. The gray curtain began to lift, first revealing the higher ridges, then gradually receding down the slopes like a retreating tide. And that's when I saw it. I was driving back along the higher road, affording a panoramic view across the valley towards Black Tor. The air was clearer now, washed clean by the earlier dampness. Sunlight was beginning to break through, illuminating the landscape in sharp detail. My eyes scanned the familiar contours, automatically checking the area I'd been working in earlier. I saw the patch of disturbed earth from the landslide. I saw the detour path snaking inland, and I saw the signs. My blood ran cold. From this distance, I could clearly see the colors. Where the detour began, pointing hikers safely inland, stood the stark red Danji ER sign. And further back, well before the actual hazard, where the main path was still perfectly safe, stood the bright yellow trail detour arrow, pointing directly towards the landslide, pointing directly towards the cliff edge, now horribly visible in the clearing air, pointing towards nothing but a sheer drop into the swirling remnants of the mist clinging to the valley floor below. A wave of nausea hit me. No, it couldn't be. I must be mistaken, misremembering, seeing things. But the colors were undeniable. Red where yellow should be. Yellow where red should be. I slammed the Land Rover into gear, tires spitting gravel as I sped back towards the trailhead, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. The routine task, the simple signs, the impenetrable fog, it all coalesced into a single, horrifying realization. I hadn't just misplaced the signs. In the blinding rush, in the disorienting fog, relying on autopilot, I had actively directed anyone following that detour marker towards mortal peril. How long had they been there? How many people might have passed since I placed them? The fog had hidden my mistake. The fog had veiled the cliff edge. The fog had muffled any potential cry for help. My mistake wasn't just putting signs in the wrong place. It was potentially sending someone trusting soul into the mist's deadly, silent embrace. The search began later that day, after a fell runner reported the misplaced signs. But deep down, staring at that yellow arrow pointing into the void, I already knew. Someone was missing. And it was my fault. The drive back to Black Tor felt simultaneously like an eternity and a sickeningly fast plummet. My mind raced, desperately trying to conjure an alternative explanation. A reason why the colors I'd seen weren't real, why the yellow arrow wasn't pointing towards that sheer, unforgiving drop. But the cold dread pooling in my stomach knew the truth. Routine had bred complacency, and the fog had masked a fatal error. I practically threw the Land Rover into park, stumbling out onto the path, ignoring the returning damp chill in the air as the mist began to tentatively creep back up the valley sides. I ran, my breath tearing at my lungs, my boots slipping on the damp stone. Reaching the first sign, the yellow detour arrow I'd placed hours ago confirmed my worst fears. There it was, bright, cheerful yellow, unequivocally pointing towards the landslide, towards the cliff edge still partially veiled in drifting tendrils of gray. My hands shook as I wrenched it from the ground, the metal stakes screaming in protest. I threw it aside as if it were cursed. Then, I sprinted the 50 yards or so to where the real danger lay, where the actual detour should have started. And there stood the red danger sign, solemnly guarding the perfectly safe, slightly longer path. A monument to my catastrophic failure. I ripped that one out too, the mallet I'd used earlier, now feeling heavy and obscene in my hand. I frantically swapped them, hammering the red Dondar sign into place before the unstable ground, securing the area as it should have been from the start. Then I positioned the yellow arrow correctly, indicating the safe detour. It took minutes, maybe 5 at most, to rectify the physical placement. But the temporal damage, the hours those signs stood wrong, that couldn't be undone. Standing there, amidst the now correctly positioned signs, a profound silence descended, broken only by the wind whispering through the heather and the frantic thumping of my own heart. Had anyone come this way, had anyone trusted the yellow arrow? The fog felt like a conspirator, its lingering presence mocking me. The radio felt impossibly heavy in my hand. Calling Sarah, calling control, admitting this, it was unthinkable, yet unavoidable. My voice trembled as I keyed the mic. Control, Alistair Finch. Go ahead, Alistair. Everything all right? Sarah's voice was calm, routine. I swallowed hard, the words sticking in my throat. Sarah, I need to report an incident. A serious error. The silence on the other end stretched. What kind of error? Alistair. Her tone sharpened slightly, losing its casual edge. The signs at Black Tor West, the landslide detour. I stammered, forcing the words out. I put them in the wrong places this morning. In the fog. The detour sign, it was pointing towards the unstable edge. The danger sign was on the safe path. Another pause, longer this time. I could almost hear the gears turning, the implications sinking in. Alistair, confirm. You placed the detour sign pointing towards the hazard. Yes, I whispered, the admission hanging heavy in the air. For several hours. Since this morning. I only just realized when the fog lifted. I've corrected them now, but understood. Sarah's voice was clipped, professional, but underscored with a new urgency. Stay where you are, Alistair. Don't touch anything else. Mountain rescue are being mobilized. We have a report. A fell runner reported the signs about 20 minutes ago, just before you called. Said they looked wrong. We also have an overdue hiker notification. A Mr. David Hastings. His wife reported him overdue an hour ago. His planned route included Black Tor, David Hastings. The name hit me like a physical blow. A name to attach to the sickening void that had opened in my gut. A wife waiting. A planned route. A trust placed in the park, in its paths, in its rangers. And the wait for mountain rescue felt like purgatory. I stood near the corrected signs, unable to look towards the cliff edge, yet unable to tear my gaze away from the swirling mist that still clung to the drop. Each gust of wind seemed to whisper his name, Hastings. The landscape, usually a source of solace, felt alien and accusatory. The gritstone edges seemed like frowning judges, the hither whispering condemnation. When the rescue team arrived, their familiar red jackets were a jarring splash of color against the muted tones of the moor. There were grim faces, hushed efficiency. Ray, the team leader, a man I'd shared countless brews and rescue operations with, clapped me on the shoulder, his expression carefully neutral, but his eyes held a flicker of something pity, perhaps, or disbelief. "Right, Alistair?" he said, his voice low. "Show us exactly where the sign was pointing." Leading them towards the cliff edge, indicating the spot where the yellow arrow had stood, was the hardest walk of my life. It felt like marching towards my own damnation. The team immediately began securing ropes, preparing for a potential descent down the sheer face, while others fanned out, meticulously searching the ground near the edge for any signs, scuff marks, dropped items, torn fabric, anything to indicate someone had gone over. I was asked to join the search line combing the area just below the cliff top, a cruel necessity as I knew the terrain. Every rock, every clump of hither, every slight depression in the ground became a source of potential horror. Was that disturbed earth? Was that a footprint? My heart lurched at every shadow, every misplaced stone. The fog continued to play tricks, drifting in and out, sometimes clearing to reveal the dizzying drop, sometimes closing in, forcing us to rely on shouts and whistles to maintain contact. The air grew colder as the afternoon wore on. They found nothing near the top. No clear sign of a fall. The ropes team descended into the gray abyss, their helmet lights disappearing into the gloom below. Hours passed. Radio chatter was sparse, tense. Reports from the base of the cliff were discouraging, difficult terrain. Loose scree, deep bracken, and still no sign of Mr. Hastings. The search continued for days, morphing into weeks. It became a grim routine. Briefings at dawn, deploying teams across vast swaths of moorland, combing gullies, checking old sheepfolds, searching the bases of countless crags and edges. Police joined, search dogs were brought in, sniffing tirelessly through the hither and peat. Helicopters buzzed overhead whenever the weather allowed, their blades chopping the air, scanning the landscape from above. But David Hastings had vanished. It was as if the mist hadn't just obscured the path, but had swallowed him whole. I was interviewed, of course. Formally by the police, and informally, endlessly, by my own conscience. I recounted the morning's events, the rush, the fog, the identical feel of the folded signs, the autopilot mistake. There was no malice, no intent, just negligence born of haste. My colleagues were supportive, mostly, but there was an undeniable distance. I was the one who had broken the cardinal rule, the one whose mistake had led to this. I saw the questions in their eyes, the slight hesitation before they spoke to me. I was marked. Sleep offered no escape. When I did drift off, exhausted, the fog would roll into my dreams, thick, cloying, suffocating. Sometimes I'd see the yellow arrow, pointing. Sometimes I'd hear a single footstep, followed by an abrupt silence that jolted me awake, sweating and gasping for air. During the day, especially when walking the familiar paths as part of the search, I felt watched. The wind seemed to carry whispers I couldn't quite decipher. Near the cliff edge at Black Tor, the feeling intensified. A prickling on the back of my neck, a sense that something ancient and indifferent resided in the rock, and the mist, something that had borne witness, perhaps even played a part. Was it just guilt twisting my perception? Or did the peaks themselves hold on to echoes of events, especially traumatic ones? I started to dread the fog, once just an occupational hazard, now a harbinger of suffocating memories and nameless fear. Eventually, inevitably, the official search was scaled back, then formally called off. David Hastings remained missing. Presumed dead, fallen victim to the treacherous terrain, likely due to disorientation in the fog, that was the official line, carefully worded to avoid direct blame, but implicitly acknowledging the contributing factor of the misplaced sign. My mistake. My responsibility. They never found him. No body, no belongings, no trace. He walked into the mist towards a yellow arrow and simply ceased to be. The lack of closure was a gaping wound, not just for his grieving family, but for me. It left too much room for the imagination, for the guilt to fester and mutate into something darker. He was gone, lost to the peaks. But for me, he was everywhere, in the swirling mist, in the silence of the moors, in the accusing stare I saw reflected in every puddle, every window pane. The weight of the mist had settled onto my soul, and I knew with chilling certainty that it would never lift. The end of the official search for David Hastings wasn't an end for me. It was merely the closing of one chapter and the beginning of a much longer, darker one. The Peak District National Park Authority conducted its internal investigation, of course. It was all very procedural, very quiet. There were reports filed, statements taken, recommendations made about sign storage and procedures in low visibility. No one shouted, no one pointed fingers directly, but the air in every room I entered was thick with unspoken condemnation. I wasn't fired, not technically, but my duties were shifted indoors, away from the moors, away from the public. Desk work, filing reports, updating databases. For a man who had lived his life outdoors, feeling the wind and rain, reading the land, it was a prison sentence served in a small, stuffy office. The other rangers tried, some of them. Awkward cups of tea in the canteen, forced conversations about weather patterns or footpath erosion. But the ghost of David Hastings sat between us, an invisible barrier. They looked at me and saw the mistake, the unthinkable lapse that tarnished the green uniform we all wore. And I looked at them and saw the life I'd lost, the camaraderie I'd forfeited. More than that, I couldn't bear the landscape anymore. Every time the fog rolled in, which it often did, my breath would catch, my heart would pound. The sight of a yellow waymarker, even miles away from Black Tor, sent a jolt of ice through my veins. The peaks, my sanctuary for 15 years, had become a landscape of accusation. I lasted 6 months in the office before I tendered my resignation. There was no argument, just a quiet acceptance. I packed my few belongings, sold my small ranger's cottage at the edge of the moor, and left Derbyshire behind. I moved south, as far from high, wild places as I could get, ending up in a drab suburban town where the highest point was the railway bridge and the only mist came from car exhausts on damp mornings. I thought, perhaps foolishly, that distance might dull the edge of the guilt. It didn't. The Peak District might have been hundreds of miles away, but Black Tor, the fog, and the missing Mr. Hastings traveled with me. They resided in the quiet moments, in the dead of night. A sudden swirl of steam from a kettle could momentarily transport me back to that cursed morning. The sight of hiking boots in a shop window would make my stomach clench. News reports about missing persons became unbearable. I'd have to turn off the television, my hands shaking. About a year after I left the Peaks, I saw her, Mrs. Hastings, entirely by chance in a crowded London train station. I recognized her instantly from the photographs circulated during the search, the worried frown lines, the haunted look in her eyes that seemed permanent now. She didn't see me, thankfully. She was just standing alone on the platform, clutching a handbag, looking lost and infinitely sad. Seeing her, seeing that raw, unresolved grief etched onto her face, was like a physical blow. All the carefully constructed walls I'd built around my guilt crumbled. What could I possibly say to her?
Sorry.
Felt like a grotesque understatement, an insult. There were no words, no actions that could ever bridge the chasm my mistake had opened in her life. I turned and fled, melting back into the anonymous crowd, my heart hammering against my ribs. That brief accidental encounter solidified a terrible truth. There could be no atonement, no forgiveness. Only the enduring weight. Years passed. I drifted through jobs, warehouse work, driving deliveries, night security. Anything that required little interaction, little responsibility. The memory didn't fade, but it settled like a layer of cold silt at the bottom of my soul. Sometimes I'd almost convince myself it was just a tragic accident compounded by terrible luck and bad weather. That the haunting was purely psychological, the product of profound guilt. But then there were the other times. The times when a particularly thick fog would descend, even here in the flatlands of the South. On those nights, sleep was impossible. I'd find myself staring out of the window into the oppressive gray, and I would hear it faint, almost imaginary, but undeniably there the sound of a single, heavy bootstep on stone, followed by an abrupt, chilling silence. Sometimes I thought I saw movement in the fog, a shape that was almost human but not quite, lingering at the edge of my vision. A flicker of yellow, like the cursed sign, would flash in my peripheral sight. Was I losing my mind? Perhaps. Grief and guilt can play cruel tricks, but a part of me, the part that knew the ancient feel of the peaks, the subtle shifts in atmosphere, the weight of history in the stones, began to suspect something else. Had David Hastings simply fallen? Or had he walked into something waiting? Something drawn to the disorientation, the fear, the moment of vulnerability created by my misplaced sign. The mist's embrace, the phrase returned to me, no longer just a poetic description of getting lost, but something potentially more literal, more sinister. Was the fog itself, on certain days, in certain places like Black Tor, not just weather, but a veil between worlds, thin and easily breached? Did my signpost act not just as a misdirection, but as an invitation? Recently, the feeling has intensified. The whispers on the edge of hearing are more frequent. The shape in the fog seems closer, more defined. The silence after the footstep feels heavier, more expectant. I feel a pull, a morbid curiosity mixed with terror, to go back. To stand on Black Tor again, where the yellow arrow pointed towards nothing. To face the place where my life irrevocably fractured, and where David Hastings vanished from the world. Is it guilt drawing me back? Or is something else calling me, wanting to complete the cycle my mistake began? I'm writing this now, finally, because the silence is no longer just unbearable, it feels thin. Like the veil I imagined, I feel Hastings' absence not as a void, but as a presence. A cold, patient presence tied inextricably to me by that single, careless act in the fog. I don't know if putting these words down will achieve anything, but I need them to exist outside of my own head before I can't write anymore. Consider this a warning, not just about checking signs or being prepared in the hills, but about the spaces marked danger. Sometimes the danger isn't just the unstable ground or the sheer drop. Sometimes the danger is in the mist itself, in what it hides and what it can take. Sometimes a simple mistake isn't just a mistake. It's an offering. I can hear the wind outside tonight, though there are no trees nearby to rustle. It sounds like the wind sweeping across the high moors. And the fog, it's rolling and thick from the marshy fields beyond the edge of town. I think I hear a footstep on the path outside my door. I never should have trusted the routine. I never should have turned my back on the mist. All right, let me get this down before the memory starts to fray, before I convince myself it was just the mist playing tricks again. It wasn't? What happened out there near Grimm's Tor, it was real. My name is Eleanor Vance. Most folks on the crew just call me Ellie, or sometimes New Kid, even though I've been here 6 months now. At 23, I'm the youngest ranger working Dartmoor National Park, stationed out of the Princetown office. Youngest by a good decade at least. Coming from Bristol, Dartmoor was an adjustment. The sheer scale of it, the emptiness. It's beautiful, don't get me wrong. Savage, windswept beauty that gets under your skin. Heather the color of bruises in late summer. Granite tors jutting out like broken teeth. Rivers cutting dark lines through the peat. But it's also profoundly lonely. The silence out on the moors isn't peaceful, it's watchful. The wind doesn't just blow, it whispers, carrying fragments of sounds you can't quite place. And the mist, God, the mist. It can roll in without warning, thick as wool, swallowing landmarks, sounds, even the ground beneath your feet. It disorients you, makes you feel utterly insignificant. Most days, the job is exactly what you'd expect. Checking paths, monitoring livestock, talking to hikers, dealing with the occasional lost tourist or someone camping where they shouldn't. Standard stuff. The team's all right. There's Davies, who's obsessed with bird counts, Chloe, who knows every single Bronze Age settlement on the moor, and then there's Alistair Hemlock. Everyone just calls him Hemlock, or Old Man Hemlock when he's out of earshot, which given his uncanny ability to appear silently beside you when you least expect it, is a risky gamble. He's the senior ranger, been working Dartmoor since before I was born. He's got the kind of face that looks like it's been carved from the moor itself, all crags and lines. Eyes the color of storm clouds, perpetually squinting against a wind that isn't always there. He doesn't say much, but when he does, people listen. He knows this place, really knows it, in a way that goes beyond maps and GPS coordinates. He feels it, and Hemlock had one unbreakable rule, repeated often enough that even I, the skeptical city girl, had it memorized: stay away from Grimstor after dusk. Not careful around Grimstor. Not try to avoid Grimstor. A flat, unequivocal stay away. Grimstor isn't one of the major, postcard famous tours. It sits a bit more isolated northwest of Princetown, a cluster of weathered granite outcrops brooding over a shallow basin. It's known for its prehistoric stone circle and the remains of ancient hut circles scattered around its base. Archaeologists love it. Tourists sometimes hike out there, snap their pictures, and leave. But locals, they tend to skirt around it, especially as the light fades. The first time Hemlock laid down the law about it specifically to me, I'd only been on the job a few weeks. We were checking fences near Maryville, the sun starting to dip behind the western hills, painting the sky in lurid shades of orange and purple. Heading back soon, Ellie. He'd asked, his voice raspy like dry leaves. Yeah, just finishing up here. Was thinking of cutting across past Grimstor. Looks a bit quicker on the map. His head snapped up, his gaze sharp. No, you don't go near the tour after dusk. Stick to the main track. I must have looked surprised, maybe a bit defiant. Why? Is the path bad? He stared at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. The path's fine, he said slowly. It's the tour itself. The old ones stir when the light goes. The old ones. I almost laughed. It sounded like something straight out of a bad fantasy novel. The old ones. I repeated, trying to keep the disbelief out of my voice. You mean like ghosts? Hemlock shook his head, a curt, impatient movement. Not ghosts. Older. Things tied to the rock, to the ground. They don't like being disturbed after dark. He spat the words out like they left a bad taste in his mouth. It's not folklore, girl. It's a warning. Heed it. And that was that. He turned and started walking back towards the Land Rover, leaving no room for argument. Of course, I thought it was utter nonsense. Charming in a way. Part of the local color. Dartmoor is steeped in folklore tales of spectral hounds, pixies leading travelers astray, headless horsemen, the devil himself playing tricks on mortals. Every tour, every mire, every ancient cross seems to have a story attached. Hemlock's old ones. Just sounded like another variation on the theme. Maybe something he used to spook knave newcomers, or keep tourists from getting lost, or injured scrambling on the rocks in the dark. Sensible, in a way. But he seemed so serious. Over the next few months, I heard snippets from others. Chloe mentioned once, almost dismissively, that Hemlock had thing about Grimstor. Davies just shrugged and said, best humor the old man. Easier than arguing. No one else seemed particularly bothered by the tour itself, but they all respected Hemlock's rule, more out of deference to him than any real fear I suspected. I even tried looking it up, local history books, folklore collections. Plenty about wished hounds and Cuddy Dyer, but nothing specific about old ones. At Grimm's tour, nothing matching Hemlock's grim certainty. There were mentions of it being an ancient ritual site, of course, suggestions of burials, the usual speculation that accompanies prehistoric remains. But nothing concrete enough to justify Hemlock's absolute prohibition. My skepticism hardened. It was just Hemlock being Hemlock gruff, superstitious, rooted in older, less rational world. I loved the moor, felt a growing connection to its wildness, but I wasn't about to start believing in rock monsters just because the old man said so. I had maps, a compass, GPS, a powerful head torch. I was trained in navigation and first aid. I wasn't some medieval peasant terrified of the dark. That arrogance, that dismissal, that was my first mistake. Hemlock's mistake, I see now, wasn't believing in the impossible. It was being too cryptic, too reliant on pronouncements instead of explanation. He knew what was there, but he couldn't or wouldn't articulate it in a way my rational mind could accept. He spoke in riddles, old ones, stirring. It sounded like metaphor, like folklore. It wasn't. The day it happened started like any other late autumn day on Dartmoor. A sharp chill in the air, the sky a vast, pale gray-lid threatening rain. I was out checking on a reported damage style miles north, near Okehampton Camp. It took longer than expected. The ground was boggy. The style needed more than just a quick fix. By the time I finished, the sun was already low, a weak, watery disk sinking towards the horizon. The light was failing fast, that flat, shadowless gloom that precedes true dusk on the moor. Princetown felt miles away. The standard route back was long, winding around the edges of the high moor. But the map showed a more direct line, a path that skirted the western flank of Grimm's Tor. It would save me at least 40 minutes, maybe an hour less stumbling through the dark and the inevitable drizzle that was starting to prickle my face. I hesitated, Hemlock's gravelly voice echoing in my head. Stay away from the Tor after dusk. But it wasn't even proper dusk yet, just twilight. And it was just a pile of rocks. Old rocks, sure, site of some ancient dwellings, but just rocks. What could possibly happen? Animals bedding down, maybe. But I had a torch. I knew how to handle myself. The old ones. Ridiculous. I was cold, tired, damp, and wanted to get back. Saving an hour was worth ignoring an old man's superstitious ramblings. I checked my GPS, oriented my map, and turned off the main track, heading towards the dark bulk of Grimm's Tor rising against the fading light. The air grew colder, the silence more profound. The drizzle turned into a light, persistent rain. My boots squelched in the saturated ground. This was fine, I told myself. Perfectly fine. Just a walk in the park. A very big, very old, very dark park. My mistake wasn't just ignoring the warning. It was believing I knew better than the moor itself. The ground underfoot grew rougher as I drew closer to the Tor. The path marked on the map was less a path and more a suggestion, a sheep track winding between clumps of gorse and patches of treacherous, bog disguised as solid ground. The rain was steady now, not heavy, but soaking, plastering strands of hair to my forehead and cheeks. My waterproofs were holding up, but the damp chill seeped into my bones. Grimm's Tor loomed ahead, a darker bruise against the bruised twilight sky. Its granite outcrops looked like sleeping giants hunched against the weather. Immovable. Just rocks, I told myself again, the mantra feeling thinner now, less convincing. The silence was the worst part. Out on the high moor, you usually hear something, the bleat of a distant sheep, the cry of a curlew, the endless sigh of the wind through the rough grasses. But here, nearing the Tor, the silence felt pressed down, heavy and absolute. Even the rain seemed to fall without sound, absorbed instantly by the peat and the stone. My own footsteps, the squelch of my boots and the rustle of my jacket, sounded offensively loud, intrusions in a place that demanded quiet. I skirted the western base of the main cluster of rocks, keeping a respectful distance. The remains of the hut circles were visible, even in the gloom low, circular mounds of stone, barely more than foundations now, thousands of years old. People had lived here, sheltered here, perhaps worshipped here. The thought should have been fascinating. Instead, it felt oppressive, like I was walking through someone's private graveyard uninvited. The light was fading rapidly. True dusk now, bleeding into night. I flicked on my head torch, the beam cutting a sharp cone through the drizzle, illuminating slick, gray rock faces and glistening wet heather. The sudden, artificial light felt like a provocation. I almost switched it off again, relying on the dim twilight, but the ground was too uneven, too potentially ankle, twisting. That's when I felt it first. A drop in temperature, sudden and localized. Not just the general chill of the moorland evening, but a pocket of intense cold, like stepping into a walk in freezer. My breath plumed white in the torch beam. Goosebumps prickled my arms beneath my layers. I paused, swinging the light around. Nothing. Just rocks, rain, and the encroaching dark. Probably just a weird air current, I reasoned, trapped between the outcrops. but the feeling of being watched intensified, prickling the back of my neck. I kept walking, faster now, wanting only to be past this place, back on the main track towards the distant, comforting glow of Princetown's lights. The beam of my head torch slid across the base of the largest outcrop, a sheer face of granite maybe 30 feet high. Water trickled down its surface, making the dark rock gleam. Shadows pooled at its base, deep and impenetrable where the torchlight didn't quite reach. And then I saw it. Or rather, I saw it not see it. One of the shadows. It wasn't just a patch of darkness caused by the uneven rock or the angle of my light. It was darker, a void in the gloom, and it wasn't still. I stopped dead, my heart giving a painful thump against my ribs. I swung the head torch directly onto it. The beam hit the rock face, illuminating the wet granite, the tiny fissures, the patches of lichen. But the shadow, it remained. It didn't dissipate or shift with the light. It was as if the light itself was being swallowed where it touched that patch of unnatural darkness. It clung to the base of the rock like a thick, ragged piece of black cloth, perhaps 10 feet across. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. An optical illusion, a trick of the rain and the failing light, some weird geological formation I hadn't read about. But it didn't look geological. It looked wrong, deeply, fundamentally wrong. I took a hesitant step back, never taking my eyes or my torch beam off it. And that's when it happened. The shadow peeled itself away from the rock. There's no other way to describe it. It detached. Like damp fabric being pulled from a surface, but silent, seamless. It didn't drift or float, it moved, retaining its shape, a formless, shifting blood of pure blackness, deeper than the night around it. It wasn't flat either. It had a thickness, a presence, absorbing the light, distorting the air around it somehow. My breath hitched in my throat. This wasn't an illusion. This wasn't folklore. Hemlock's words slammed into my mind, no longer sounding cryptic, but terrifyingly literal. The old ones stir when the light goes. Plural. Ones. My gaze flickered wildly across the base of the tor, and I saw another one, and another. Further along the rock face, other patches of shadow were doing the same, separating themselves from the inanimate stone, coalescing into distinct shapes of darkness against the gray backdrop. They weren't uniform. Some were smaller, some larger, but all shared that same quality of absolute blackness, of wrongness. They didn't have eyes or limbs in any conventional sense, yet they seemed to turn to become aware of the single, bright beam of my head torch, the source of the unnatural light in their domain. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the disbelief. My feet felt rooted to the boggy ground. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't tear my eyes away from the impossible sight of shadows, detaching themselves from reality. They began to glide, flowing over the uneven ground towards me with a smooth, silent, utterly unnerving motion. They didn't disturb the heather or the rocks they passed over. They simply flowed, like pools of spilled ink given volition. My training, my rational mind, my city, or skepticism, all incinerated in a blast of primal terror. There was no thought, only instinct. Run. I screamed, a pathetic, choked sound swallowed by the moor in the rain. I turned and bolted, slipping immediately on the wet ground, scrambling back to my feet with mud and wet peat smeared on my hands and knees. I didn't dare look back, just plunged blindly away from the tor, away from the impossible things that were now moving in the dark. My head torch beam bounced wildly, illuminating brief, terrifying snapshots, a treacherous patch of bog, a sudden dip in the ground, a looming shape of rock I nearly crashed into. The rain lashed my face. My lungs burned. Behind me, there was still only silence, but it was the most terrifying silence I had ever known. The silence of pursuit that didn't need footsteps. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The torch beam swung back. Far behind me, near the base of the tor, were multiple points of absolute blackness, moving steadily, relentlessly across the terrain. They seemed to be fanning out slightly, flowing rather than walking, consuming the faint ambient light. They weren't fast, not in a sprinting sense, but they were inexorable. They didn't need to rush. This was their place. I was the intruder. Terror gave me a fresh burst of speed. I stumbled, fell hard onto my side, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Pain shot up my arm. My head torch flew off my head, landing several feet away, its beam pointing erratically up at the weeping sky. Darkness slammed down. Not the normal darkness of night on the moor, but a profound, disorienting blackness without the single point of reference the torch provided. Panic clawed at my throat. I scrambled on hands and knees, feeling desperately for the torch, my fingers sinking into cold mud. Where was it? Where was it? My hand closed around the cool metal casing. I snatched it up, fumbling it back onto my head, the elastic strap tangling in my wet hair. The beam stabbed out again, unsteady, shaking with my terror. I looked back towards Grimm's Tor. The dark shapes were closer, much closer. Close enough that I could feel that unnatural, bone-deep cold rolling off them like a wave. They weren't just shadows, they felt like absences. Holes in the world. I scrambled up again, ignoring the pain in my side, and ran. Ran like I'd never run before, fueled by sheer, mindless terror, away from the ancient stones and the things that stirred there when the light failed. Hemlock's warning wasn't a superstition. It was a desperately understated truth. And I had walked right into it. I don't know how long I ran. Time lost all meaning, measured only in ragged breaths, aching muscles, and the frantic, stumbling rhythm of my boots squelching through mud and water. The beam of my head torch jittered wildly, offering fragmented glimpses of the hostile landscape, dark tussocks of grass that looked like crouching figures, sudden streams that had to be leaped across, slick rocks waiting to twist an ankle. Pain throbbed in my side where I'd fallen, a dull counterpoint to the sharp, icy fear that spurred me on. Every few seconds, against all reason, I'd risk another glance back. The black shapes were still there, flowing across the moor like spilt oil on water. They didn't seem to tire. They didn't seem to rush. They just came. The cold emanating from them was palpable now, even at a distance, a deadening chill that felt fundamentally unnatural, sucking the warmth not just from the air, but from the spirit. Once, I stumbled again, pitching forward onto my hands and knees. As I pushed myself up, panting, the torch beam swept backwards directly onto the closest pursuer. It was perhaps 50 yards away, significantly nearer than before. It paused, or seemed to hesitate under the direct light. In that moment, I saw, or rather, felt something more. It wasn't just blackness, it was an absence. Looking at it was like staring into a tear in the fabric of the world, a patch of anti-existence. The air around it shimmered slightly, distorting the view of the moor behind it, like heat haze but radiating cold instead of warmth. There was a nauseating pull on my senses, a feeling of vertigo as if my mind recoiled from trying to comprehend its impossible nature. I felt a sudden, overwhelming wave of despair wash over me, a soul, deep wariness that whispered it was useless to run, better to just lie down and let the cold take me. That terrifying lethargy shocked me back into motion. I scrambled up, shaking my head violently to clear it, and ran harder, tears of pain and terror streaming down my face, mingling with the cold rain. I had to get away from the Tor's influence, from whatever boundary held these things. Hemlock's rule wasn't just about dusk, it was about proximity. My lungs felt ready to burst. My legs were leaden. Just as I felt I couldn't take another step, that I would collapse and wait for the inevitable, my foot hit something hard and flat. Not rock, but gravel. A track. I swung the torch beam wildly. Yes! It was the main Brettleway, the one I should have stayed on hours ago. It felt blessedly solid, blessedly normal under my boots. Sobbing with relief, I risked one last look back towards Grimm's Tor, now a dark, distant hump against the slightly less black sky. The shapes they had stopped. They hovered at the edge of the rough ground. Maybe 20 yards from where the track began, a cluster of silent, black voids against the moorland. They didn't cross onto the path. Whether it was the path itself, some boundary I couldn't see, or just the distance from the Tor, I didn't know or care. They watched me, or I felt they watched me unmoving. Waiting. I didn't wait to find out if they'd changed their minds. I turned and half ran, half stumbled along the gravel track, heading south towards Princetown. Every shadow cast by my bobbing head torch seemed to wreath with potential menace. Every gust of wind sounded like a whispered pursuit. But nothing followed. The profound, unnatural cold lessened, replaced by the normal, damp chill of the Dartmoor night. It felt like an eternity, but eventually, the scattered lights of Princetown appeared through the rain, a weak but welcome glow in the oppressive darkness. I practically fell through the door of the ranger station's common room, annex, where a single light burned. Chloe was there, finishing some paperwork. She looked up, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of me, drenched, covered in mud, face pale and tear-streaked, trembling uncontrollably. "Ellie, what on earth happened to you? Are you okay?" I couldn't answer. Words wouldn't form. I just stood there dripping onto the floor, shaking my head, gasping for breath. My side ached, my hands were scraped raw, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the frozen knot of terror in my chest. Then Hemlock appeared in the doorway behind Chloe, drawn by the commotion. He took one look at my state, my muddy clothes, my wild eyes, the direction I'd clearly come from, and his already grim face hardened, but not with anger, with a kind of wary recognition. He didn't need to ask what happened. He knew. His gaze met mine. There was no "I told you so" in his eyes. There was something worse, confirmation. A shared, unwelcome understanding. He simply nodded slowly, a deep sigh escaping his lips. "Get her warm, Chloe," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "Hot drink, shock blanket." He stepped aside, letting Chloe fuss over me, guiding me to a chair. He lingered in the doorway for a moment, his eyes fixed on me. "Grimm's tour," he stated, not a question. I could only manage a jerky nod, tears welling up again. "The shadows," I choked out, the words feeling thick and inadequate. They came off the rocks, they moved. Hemlock's expression didn't change. "Oui," he breathed. The sound barely audible. "They do. Best leave them be." He paused, then added, almost to himself, "Some boundaries aren't marked on maps." Then he turned and disappeared back into the main office, leaving me to Chloe's bewildered care. It took hours for the shaking to stop, days for the worst of the terror to subside into a constant, knowing anxiety. I cleaned myself up, bandaged my scrapes, nursed my bruised ribs. But the image of those black shapes peeling away from the ancient stones, flowing silently across the moor, is burned into my memory. The feeling of that soul, deep cold, the sense of wrongness, it hasn't left me. I still work as a ranger on Dartmoor. I love the wildness of this place, perhaps even more so now, knowing the depth of its secrets. But I am not the same cocky, skeptical girl who arrived from the city. My arrogance is gone, replaced by a profound and unsettling respect for the things that defy explanation. I listen now when the wind whispers across the tors. I pay attention to the silences, and I give Hemlock's warnings the weight they deserve. I never go near Grimm's tor, not even in broad daylight. If a job requires me to be in that area, I make sure I'm miles away before the sun begins to dip. Sometimes, when the mist rolls in thick, or when I'm out alone late, I see movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow that seems too deep, too still. I tell myself it's just my nerves, just the play of light. But I'm never entirely sure. Hemlock was right. His mistake was being cryptic, mine was arrogance. But the biggest mistake would be forgetting. Forgetting that the old ones are real, tied to the ancient stones, stirring when the light goes. Forgetting that some warnings aren't folklore. They're survival guides. If you ever find yourself on Dartmoor, enjoy its beauty. But heed the boundaries, respect the old places, and whatever you do, stay away from Grimm's tor after dusk. The shadows there are deeper than night, and they do not like to be disturbed. My name is Thomas Graves, or at least that's the name on the contract, the one signed in triplicate before they helicoptered me out here 6 months ago. Out here is Observation Post Fionn, though calling it an observation post feels generous. It's a glorified shed, reinforced against the elements, perched precariously on a ridge overlooking Glen Dachas in the heart of the Cairngorms National Park. My job description is equally grand, sounding remote environmental monitor. In reality, I check weather instruments, Note down wildlife sightings, mostly red deer, ptarmigan, and the occasional, breathtaking glimpse of a golden eagle, and ensure the automated seismic sensors are still blinking their little green lights. It's solitude, paid for, and until last winter, I thought that was exactly what I wanted. The Cairngorms aren't like other mountains. They're older, somehow, harsher. They possess a vast, ancient indifference that sinks into your bones quicker than the cold. In the summer, there's a stark beauty heather, clad slopes rolling under an endless sky, the air crisp and clean. But as autumn bled into winter, that beauty developed teeth. The wind became a physical force, slamming against my little cabin, testing the seals around the windows. The silence grew deeper, heavier, broken only by the cry of a buzzard or the roar of the wind funneling through the glens. You learn to live with the quiet, even embrace it. But you never quite trust it. My world shrank to the four walls of the cabin, the small perimeter I kept clear around it, and the crackling voice of Ranger Alistair Miller over the shortwave radio. Miller. He was stationed at Post Kilee, some 15 miles east as the crow flies, nestled in a different valley system entirely. 15 miles might as well have been 1,500. We were islands in a vast, undulating sea of granite, peat, and sky. Our twice daily radio check-ins were lifelines, mundane rituals that anchored us to the world beyond the peaks. Fionn, this is Kilee, over. Reading you 5 by 5 Kilee. All quiet on the western front. Weather holding steady, barometer dropping slightly. Be over. Same old, Tommy, same old. Bit blowy up here. Saw a stag bigger than my Land Rover earlier. Bold as brass. Reckon he knows the weather's turning. Keep warm. Kilee out. Miller sounded like what you'd expect of a veteran Highland Ranger gruff, practical, his voice laced with the soft burr of the local dialect. I pictured him as stout, bearded, perpetually clad in tweed and waterproofs, probably nursing a flask of strong tea or maybe something stronger. We'd never met face to face. Supply drops were handled by helicopter crews during brief weather windows, impersonal and efficient. Miller was just a voice, a comforting static ghost who shared my isolation. He was experienced, they'd told me during my brief training. Knew the mountains like the back of his hand. Nothing fazed Alistair Miller. That's what I clung to later. The days shortened dramatically. Sunlight became a precious commodity, painting the snow, dusted peaks in fleeting shades of pink, and gold before abandoning the glens to long, deep blue shadows. I spent more time indoors, poring over meteorological charts, reading battered paperbacks left by previous occupants, meticulously maintaining my equipment. The silence began to press in. Sometimes, staring out the reinforced window into the deepening twilight, I'd feel a prickle of unease. The sheer scale of the wilderness outside it felt watchful. I'd dismiss it as loneliness, the effect of too much solitude. Humans aren't meant for this level of isolation, I reasoned. We start projecting. Seeing faces in the rocks, hearing whispers in the wind. There were stories, of course. You don't get mountains this old, this wild, without accumulating folklore. Tales of the Amphirliath Marar, the big gray man of Ben Makdu. A spectral presence said to stalk climbers on the high plateau. Stories of strange lights, of disappearances, of hunters who went into the woods and came out changed, or didn't come out at all. I'd read them with a detached amusement back in the city. Out here alone, with the wind howling like a banshee, they didn't seem quite so amusing. But Miller never mentioned them. Our conversation stuck to weather, wildlife, and signal strength. Practical things, grounded things. Then came the storm. Not just a storm, the storm. The forecast had warned of a major blizzard, but even the Met Office seemed unprepared for its ferocity. It arrived not gradually, but like a physical blow. One minute, I was watching fat, lazy snowflakes drift down. The next, the world outside vanished into a screaming vortex of white. The wind hit speeds I'd never seen registered on my instruments, shaking the cabin to its foundations. Snow piled up against the door and windows with terrifying speed, burying the lower panes, plunging the interior into a dim, perpetual twilight. The sound was deafening, a high-pitched, relentless shriek that vibrated through the very structure punctuated by deeper roars as gusts slammed into the ridge. My first instinct was the radio. Kilee, this is Fayun, do you read? Over. Static. Then faintly, distorted by the atmospheric chaos. Omi, aid you barely. Hell of a blow. Over. Miller. Reading you maybe 2 by 2. Condition red here. Full whiteout, winds off the scale.
How are you holding up? Over.
A long pause, filled with crackling and the electronic ghost of the wind. Same cabins taking a beating. Snow piling up fast, like nothing I've seen. Over. Roger that. Keep warm, Miller. Keep the radio close. Fayun out. That first day was about survival. Checking fuel levels for the generator, ensuring the emergency heater was functional, rationing food just in case. The storm didn't relent. It hammered us hour after hour. Sleep was difficult. The constant noise and vibration grating on the nerves. The world was reduced to the shuddering confines of my shelter, the howling gale outside, and the intermittent crackle of the radio. The evening check-in was worse. The signal quality had deteriorated further. Kilee? Fayun? Over. Graves. They're bad, really bad. Miller's voice sounded strained, tighter than usual. The usual gruffness was overlaid with something else. Tension. Still hear Miller. Barely reading you. What's wrong? Is the cabin okay? Over. Another agonizing pause filled with shrieking static. Cabin's fine. Structurally, but... Tommy, there's something outside. Over. My blood ran cold. Something outside, what do you mean? Wildlife sheltering. A deer. Over. No, not deer. The whiteout saw shapes, movement, thought it was the snow, but and the noise beneath the wind. Scratching. Over. Scratching. The word hung in the static between us. I gripped the microphone tighter, my knuckles white. Miller, I said, forcing my voice to remain steady, authoritative. Listen to me. It's the storm. You're trapped. Visibility is 0. The wind sounds like hell itself. It's playing tricks on you. Cabin fever setting in early. Get some rest, Alistair. Try to sleep it off. Over. The silence that followed was different. Not just static, but a heavy, considering silence. Then, faint, almost lost. Maybe you're right. Tommy, cabin fever. Kilee out. He cut the connection abruptly. I sat there for a long time, the radio humming softly, the storm screaming outside. Scratching. Shapes in the whiteout. It had to be the storm, the isolation, the stress. Miller was tough, experienced, but everyone had a breaking point. He wasn't used to being this cut off, this battered. Cabin fever. That was the logical explanation, the only explanation, wasn't it? Sleep didn't come easy after that last call with Miller. His abrupt sign off, the tremor I'd heard beneath the static, it played on repeat in my mind, mingling with the relentless howl of the storm. Scratching. The word itself felt sharp, invasive. I tried to force the rational explanation to the front wind, driven ice pellets, the groan of timber under stress, an overactive imagination fueled by isolation and fear. Miller was tough, yes, but the Cairngorms in a whiteout like this could break anyone. Cabin fever. It had to be cabin fever. Yet doubt gnawed at me. What if it wasn't? What if those 15 miles of blizzard, lashed wilderness separating us weren't empty? The thought was insidious, creeping into the corners of my mind like the drafts that snaked under the cabin door. I found myself listening more intently, straining to hear anything beyond the storm symphony. Did that rhythmic thump come from the generator shed, or was it something else? Was that scraping sound just snow shifting on the roof, or I forced myself to stop, shaking my head, running a hand over my face. Graves, get a grip. You're letting his panic infect you. The next 12 hours crawled by. The blizzard showed no sign of easing. If anything, the wind seemed to find a new, more vicious pitch. Snow continued to accumulate, sealing me further into my little pocket of relative warmth and light. The windows were completely buried now, transforming the cabin into a subterranean bunker. Only the faint glow filtering down the chimney flue offered any sense of the outside world, and even that was often obscured by swirling snow. Time lost meaning, marked only by the generator's hum, the storm's rage, and the scheduled radio check-ins. Morning check and time arrived. I flicked the switch, the familiar hum filling the small space. Kilee, this is Fayun. Radio check, over. Only static answered. Thick, unwavering static, punctuated by violent bursts as the atmospheric conditions wreaked havoc on the signal. Kilee, this is Fayun. Miller, do you read? Over. Nothing, just the empty hiss of the universe. My stomach tightened. Equipment failure was common in these conditions. A frozen antenna water ingress, a blown fuse. Perfectly logical explanations. But Miller's words from the night before echoed back scratching. I tried again an hour later, and again after that. Each attempt yielded the same result, dead air. The silence from post-Kilee was suddenly more terrifying than the storm outside. I busied myself with routine tasks, trying to push down the rising anxiety. Checked the fuel levels lower than I'd like, but enough for another couple of days if I was careful. Cataloged supplies. Read the same paragraph in a tattered kin, Follett novel 5 times without absorbing a word, but my ears were constantly straining, listening. And sometimes I thought I heard things. Once, during a brief lull in the wind screaming, I heard it, or thought I did. A faint, rhythmic scrape against the north-facing wall, the one most exposed to the ridge. My heart leaped into my throat. I froze, every muscle tensed, listening. The wind picked up again, a low growl building back to a shriek, swallowing the sound, just ice, I told myself. Snow settling, the building groaning under the immense pressure of the drift outside. But the sound had felt deliberate, methodical. Later, staring at the blank white wall, where the window used to be visible, I saw a shadow flicker. A momentary darkness against the pale light filtering from the chimney, there and gone in an instant. My breath hitched. A bird. Unlikely in this tempest. Debris caught in the flue. Possible. Or just my own eyes playing tricks, starved of stimulus, creating phantoms in the gloom. I rubbed my eyes hard, blaming fatigue and stress. Cabin fever. My own cabin fever, perhaps. The thought sent a fresh wave of cold dread through me. What if I was the one losing it? What if Miller was fine, sleeping soundly, and I was the one succumbing to the pressure cooker of isolation? The scheduled evening check in time approached. My hand hovered over the radio switch, a knot of fear tightening in my gut. What if he answered? What would he say? And worse, what if he didn't? I forced myself to do it. Procedure was procedure, safety, routine, anchors in the storm. Kilee, this is Fayun. Alistair, are you there? Please respond, over. Static. More static. Then a crackle. A surge of hope flared in my chest. Fayun. It was Miller's voice, but barely recognizable. It was thin, ragged, stretched taut with terror. Miller!
Thank God.
Are you all right? What's happening? The signal is terrible, over. Eyes. Tommy, they're watching. Always watching. His words were fragmented, interspersed with harsh, panic breaths. Through the planks. See them in the whiteout, waiting?
Eyes? Miller, what eyes? Who is watching over?
My voice was sharp, desperate. The scratching. Never stopped, all day, all night, trying to get in. A sound followed, a heavy, rhythmic thudding transmitted faintly through the microphone, almost drowned out by static and Miller's ragged breathing. At the door now.
God, Tommy, the door.
Miller, what's at the door?
Alistair, talk to me.
Oh, it's bowing inwards, the wood, splintering. His voice rose to a strangled shriek. They're not trying to get it anymore. Tommy! They know I'm here. A deafening crash crackled through the speaker, followed by a sound that defied description, a wet, tearing noise mixed with a high-pitched, inhuman screech that wasn't Miller's. Then absolute dead silence. Not static this time. The carrier wave cut out completely. Silence. I sat frozen, the microphone dangling from my numb fingers. The silence pressed in, heavier than the snow, heavier than the mountains. The storm raged outside, but inside post-Fayun, a different kind of storm was breaking within me. Eyes in the whiteout. Scratching. The door. And that final awful sound. Cabin fever doesn't make noises like that. Cabin fever doesn't cut off a transmission mid-scream. The remaining duration of the blizzard is a blur. I don't think I slept. I kept the generator running, the lights on, huddled near the small heater, clutching a heavy, duty maglite like a weapon. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I imagined eyes staring through the snow, buried windows, shapes moving just beyond the range of my senses, the sound of scratching returning. I didn't try the radio again. I didn't want to know if the silence was permanent. I think, somewhere deep down, I already knew it was. My dismissal of his fear, my calm assurances of cabin fever, they felt like stones in my stomach. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the storm began to lose its fury. The wind's shriek softened to a moan, then a sigh. The snowfall lessened, becoming intermittent flurries rather than a blinding curtain. A strange, profound silence descended, the kind that only follows immense noise. The world outside was muffled, buried, after what felt like an eternity, but was probably closer to 48 hours after Miller's last transmission. A pale, watery light began to filter more strongly down the chimney. The blizzard had broken. Outside, the cairngorms lay entombed beneath feet of fresh snow, silent and still under a weak, gray sky. Beautiful in a terrifying, absolute way. I was still alive, still isolated, but no longer entirely alone. Because whatever had been with Miller at Post Kilee, the silence on the radio didn't mean it was gone. It just meant it wasn't talking anymore. The thaw would come eventually. Rescue too, maybe. But first, the snow would melt. And I had a sickening feeling about what I, or someone else, would find when it did. The image of Miller's cabin, 15 miles away across that silent, snow-choked expanse, haunted me, especially the door. The silence that followed the storm was profound, almost deafening. After days of non-stop sonic assault, the quiet felt unnatural, heavy with unspoken tension. Snowmelt began almost immediately, a slow, relentless drip, drip, drip from the cabin eaves, the sound echoing in the vast stillness. Days bled into one another, marked only by the gradual shrinking of the snowpack around my besieged post and the unchanging, dead silence from the radio whenever I dared to check it, which became less and less frequent. The silence felt like an answer in itself. My own fear began to curdle into something else, a corrosive guilt. Miller's panicked voice, his pleas about eyes and scratching, my calm, dismissive response, cabin fever. The words mocked me in the quiet. I had told him he was alone with his fear, told him to sleep it off. But the final transmission, the crash, the tearing sound, I hadn't imagined that. That was real. And if that was real, then the scratching was real. The eyes were real. Miller hadn't been alone. My deadliest mistake wasn't underestimating the storm. It was assuming Alistair Miller was the only occupant of Post Kilee during that white hell. As the snow receded, revealing patches of sodden heather and bruised, looking rock, the urge to know became unbearable. Waiting for rescue felt like cowardice. Miller deserved better than to be a forgotten casualty of the storm, dismissed as a victim of his own mind. I started gathering my gear, emergency rations, spare batteries for my GPS, ice axe, crampons, the flare gun, the pitifully small first aid kit. 15 miles of thawing, treacherous terrain separated me from Kilee. Even in good conditions, it was a serious trek across pathless, boggy ground and potentially unstable snowfields. Now, it would be suicidal. Deep down, I knew this. But the image of Miller, alone and terrified, pleading into a dead radio while something clawed at his door, it spurred me on. I had to try. I owed him that much. I was checking the bindings on my snowshoes, my heart pounding with a mixture of dread and grim determination, when I heard it. A sound that wasn't the wind or the melt water. A low, rhythmic whoomp, whoomp, whoomp echoing between the peaks, growing steadily louder. A helicopter. Relief washed over me so intensely my knees nearly buckled. But it was quickly followed by a cold wave of apprehension. They would check on Miller too. The waiting was over. The knowing was about to begin. I scrambled outside, firing the flare gun. The red spark arsed into the gray sky, a desperate punctuation mark against the immense landscape. Within minutes, the search and rescue helicopter, bright yellow against the muted tones of the mountains, was hovering overhead, rotor wash blasting away loose snow. It landed heavily but safely on the small, relatively flat area near my post that I kept clear for supply drops. Two figures jumped out, clad in the professional red jackets of the Cairngorm Mountain Rescue Team. Their faces were grim but calm. Thomas Graves. One shouted over the engine noise, "Yes! Thank God you're here!" "You all right, mate?" We lost contact with both posts during the storm. I'm okay, shaken up, low on fuel. But Ranger Miller, post Kilee, I lost contact days ago. His last call, it was bad. My voice cracked. The team leader exchanged a look with his colleague. We feared as much. Kilee was our next stop. Hop in, we need to check on him. The flight was short, maybe 10 minutes, but it felt like an age. Below us, the Cairngorms unfolded a brutal, beautiful expanse of snow, streaked peaks, dark lochans, and deep, shadowed glens. It looked empty, deceptively empty. As we crested a ridge, post Kilee came into view, a tiny, dark speck against the white, nestled beside a frozen sliver of water. It looked intact from the air, peaceful even. My hope flickered weakly. Maybe I had imagined the worst. Maybe Miller had just lost power, his radio failing, and ridden out the storm in terrified silence. The helicopter set down 50 yards from the cabin. The silence here was different from my post. It felt deeper, colder, expectant. We approached cautiously, crunching through the thawing snow. Everything looked normal superficially. Heavy drifts were piled high against the walls, just as they were at my own cabin. But then I saw the door, or rather, where the door should have been. It wasn't smashed inwards, as if forced by wind or a desperate animal seeking shelter. It was ripped outwards, torn from its heavy hinges with terrifying violence. Thick planks of wood were splintered, shattered, flung outwards into the snowdrifts. Deep gouges scored the remaining frame, ragged tears in the timber that weren't made by wind or snow. They looked disturbingly like claw marks, but impossibly large, impossibly forceful. Sweet mother, one of the rescuers breathed, his professional calm evaporating. Peered inside. The interior of the small cabin was chaos. The single room was wrecked. A heavy wooden table was overturned, chairs smashed. Papers and maps were scattered everywhere, torn and trampled. Miller's sleeping bag lay ripped open on the bunk. His shortwave radio sat on a small shelf, its casing cracked, microphone dangling uselessly. Of Alistair Miller himself, there was no sign. No blood, strangely. Just destruction, and the overwhelming sense of a violent, explosive exit from within. Whatever had been inside with Miller hadn't forced its way in. It had been trapped with him during the storm, and then it had burst its way out, taking Miller with it. Or had Miller somehow, impossibly, done this himself in a final, superhuman act of terrified madness? No. The outward force, the sheer destructive power, that wasn't human. The rescue team did a sweep, their faces pale. They found footprints, but the thawing snow made them indistinct, confusing. Some looked like standard boot prints Miller's, presumably. Others were harder to define, distorted by meltwater, unsettlingly large, definitely not human. They led away from the ruined cabin, towards the desolate expanse of the higher plateau, before vanishing into a windswept, rocky area where the snow hadn't settled so deeply. The official report, I later learned, would mention catastrophic structural failure due to the unprecedented storm pressure, and list Ranger Alistair Miller as missing, presumed deceased, likely having perished from exposure after leaving his compromised shelter. Logical. Sensible. It closed the book. But I know what I heard on that radio. I know the difference between cabin fever and sheer terror. I saw the door ripped outwards from its frame. I saw the marks. Miller wasn't alone in that cabin during the blizzard. He tried to tell me, eyes in the whiteout, scratching, trying to get in. Then silence, before the final horror. It's at the door now, they're not trying to get in anymore. He wasn't describing something outside, trying to break in during that last call. He was describing something inside with him, trying to break out. My deadly mistake wasn't just dismissing his fear. It was failing to understand his final, garbled warning. I left the Cairngorms. I broke my contract. I couldn't stay there, not knowing what shared those ancient, indifferent mountains with me. Sometimes late at night, when the wind howls just right, I hear it. Faintly. A rhythmic scrape, 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 and I remember the door of Post Caliche ripped outwards. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that whatever burst out of that cabin, whatever took Alistair Miller, is still out there in the white silence. And it knows we exist. Right then, let's get this down while I still can, while the shaking in my hands isn't quite bad enough to make typing impossible. My name's Penelope Davies, but everyone who doesn't want a mouthful calls me Penny. Sounds rather too, I know, Penny Davies, like something out of a children's book set in the rolling hills. And until recently, that's pretty much how I saw my life up here in the Lake District, picturesque, maybe a bit dull, but safe. God's safe. What a laugh. I came up here about 18 months ago. London was, well, London. Too much noise, too much gray, too many people crammed into tubes like sardines gasping for air. I'd inherited a bit of money from my nan, not enough to retire, but enough for a deposit on a small cottage, the sort tourists snap photos of, nestled just outside one of the smaller villages near Ullswater. Stone walls, slate roof, rambling roses fighting for space with ivy. My plan was simple freelance graphic design work, long walks with a flask of tea, maybe join the local book club. Breathe clean air, escape the rat race. Found a nice little place, needed some work, but the views were worth every penny, literally. Rolling fells, the glint of the lake in the distance, sheep providing the only real traffic jams. Perfect. Or it was. The locals are a mixed bunch, as you'd expect. Some are born and bred Cumbrians, families going back generations, speaking with that lovely, lilting accent. Others are blow-ins like me, seeking refuge from the cities. And then there was Ranger Thompson, Arthur Thompson. He wasn't officially titled Ranger anymore, I don't think. More of an honorary title the older folk used. He'd worked for the National Park for donkey's years, knew every path, every crag, every hidden beck like the back of his weathered hand. He lived alone in a small cabin deeper into the fells, kept himself to himself mostly, but you'd see him out in all weathers, clad in faded tweed and sturdy boots, usually accompanied by a scruffy border collie that was almost as ancient as he seemed. Most people thought he was eccentric. Harmlessly so. He'd mutter to himself, or to the birds, or perhaps the fells themselves. He had this habit, this ritual that everyone knew about but mostly ignored. By the old yew tree. Ah, the yew. Even before this happened, that tree had a presence. It stood alone in a small, natural clearing about a mile off the main footpath, heading towards the higher peaks from my cottage. Massive thing, ancient beyond reckoning. Its trunk was thick and gnarled, like the knuckles of some subterranean giant. Its branches spread wide, casting a deep, cool shade even on the brightest summer day. Yew trees have always had a bit of a reputation, haven't they? Churchyards, poison, longevity. This one felt older than Christianity, older than the stone walls snaking over the hills. It felt like it belonged there in a way nothing else did, humans included. And at the base of this yew, tucked amongst the exposed roots that coiled like dark serpents, Thompson would leave things. Offerings, I suppose you'd call them now, though at the time, I just thought it was littering, albeit peculiar littering. It was never food, never anything that would attract animals in the conventional sense. He left specific things. Smooth, gray stones, usually 3 or 5, polished by the river or the lake until they shone dully. Sometimes intricate little plates woven from reeds or long grasses, tied off neatly. Occasionally a small, shed bird's feather, always iridescent like a magpie's or crow's. I asked Mrs. Higgins at the village shop about it once, buying my milk. "Oh, that's just Arthur," she'd said, chuckling. "Says it's for the old ways or some such nonsense. Paying his respects, he calls it, keeping the balance." She tapped the side of her head discreetly. A bit touched, poor soul. But his heart's in the right place. Doesn't hurt anyone. Keeping the balance. That phrase stuck with me, mostly because it sounded so wonderfully archaic and dramatic. Balance of what? Nature. The local ecosystem. Seemed a bit much for a few pebbles and some woven grass. I'd pass the tree often on my walks, It was a nice spot for a breather, quiet and sheltered, and I'd see Thompson's little arrangements. Sometimes fresh, sometimes looking a bit weathered. Honestly, they annoyed me. It wasn't just the eccentricity. I like things tidy, orderly. Nan always said cleanliness is next to godliness, and while I'm not particularly religious, I do appreciate things being neat and squared away. My cottage is immaculate. My design work is precise. And seeing those little piles of stones and wilting reeds tucked under that magnificent tree, it just felt messy, disrespectful, almost to the tree itself, like leaving little bits of tat behind. It triggered my inner need to straighten things up. I resisted the urge for months. It wasn't my place, was it? He wasn't hurting anyone, as Mrs. Higgins said. Let the old eccentric have his harmless ritual. But one afternoon, about 3 weeks ago now, late March, still a bit of a chill in the air, the ground damp from overnight rain, I was heading back from a long hike. The light was starting to fade, that soft, golden glow you get before dusk settles properly. I stopped by the U as usual, and there they were, 3 perfectly smooth, dark gray stones and a newly woven circlet of rushes, placed carefully on a patch of moss between 2 thick roots. Something just snapped. It was illogical, I know, but I was tired, maybe a bit grumpy from a steep climb, and the sight of this deliberate, pointless little display just grated, keeping the balance. Utter nonsense. He was just an old man losing his marbles, leaving his rubbish out in the beautiful countryside. With a sigh that was louder than I intended in the quiet air, I bent down. The stones were cool and smooth in my hand. The reed plate was surprisingly intricate, still green and faintly damp. It felt wrong somehow to even touch them, but I pushed the feeling down. Ridiculous. It's just stones and grass. I gathered them up, looked around. There wasn't a bin for miles, obviously. I didn't want to just chuck them into the undergrowth. That would defeat the purpose of tidying. My rucksack was on my back. I unzipped a side pocket and carefully placed the stones and the reed circlet inside. There. Teddy. The base of the tree looked much better, clear and natural. Just moss roots and fallen yew needles. I stood up, dusted off my hands, feeling a ridiculous sense of accomplishment. Silly old Thompson. I'd dispose of his offerings properly when I got home. I shouldered my rucksack, took one last look at the now, clear space beneath the ancient yew, and turned towards the path leading back to my cottage, whistling softly. The woods seemed very quiet all of a sudden. Even the usual chatter of birds settling down for the evening seemed absent. Probably just the time of day, I told myself. The light was fading fast now, the air growing colder. I picked up my pace, suddenly eager to be home, to have the lights on, the kettle whistling. That vague unease I'd felt touching the objects returned, prickling at the back of my neck. I dismissed it again. Just tired. Just the woods getting gloomy as night approached. Nothing more. I got back, made dinner, dealt with emails. I emptied the stones and the reed thing into the kitchen bin, burying them under some vegetable peelings. Out of sight, out of mind. Settled down with a book. Everything was normal, until the sound started. It wasn't immediate. Maybe around midnight. At first, I thought it was a fox, or maybe a badger. The usual sort of nocturnal shuffling and screeching you get living out here. But this was different. It wasn't the sharp bark of a fox or the grunt of a badger. It was distorted. Like the sound was being played backwards, or through water. A high, pitch keening that seemed to scrape against the inside of my skull, followed by a low, guttural clicking. It sounded like something was in pain, but also enjoying it. I muted the TV, listened. Silence for a moment. Then it came again, closer this time. From the direction of the fells, from the direction of the yew tree, and it wasn't just one sound. Soon, it was a chorus. The rustling in the undergrowth wasn't the scamper of small mammals. It was heavy dragging. The hooting of an owl became a wet, choking sob. The wind, which had been still earlier, began to pick up, but it didn't whistle through the eaves like normal. It seemed to whisper, drawing out syllables that almost sounded like words, ancient and guttural, words I didn't understand, but felt in my bones were full of malice. I crept to the window, pulled back the edge of the curtain. Pitch black outside. No moon, just the oppressive darkness and those wrong sounds. Twisted. Unnatural. Like the entire nighttime symphony of the Lake District had been possessed. Its instruments broken and forced to play a discordant, terrifying new tune. That was the moment the first sliver of real fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my rational, tidy mind. Mrs. Higgins' words echoed back. Keeping the balance. Ranger Thompson wasn't just being eccentric. He wasn't just tidying up in his own odd way. He was placating something. Something ancient tied to that old yew tree. And I, in my neat freak arrogance, hadn't just tidied up some stones and reeds. I cleared the table. I'd stopped the payment. My mistake wasn't tidiness. My mistake was thinking I understood the first thing about this place. My mistake was disturbing something I should never, ever have touched. And the sounds outside were just the beginning. The balance, it seemed, was tipping. And I had a horrible feeling it was tipping right towards my little stone cottage. Sleep didn't come that first night. How could it? Every time I started to drift, lulled by a moment's silence, the wrongness outside would surge. A skittering that sounded too heavy for insects. A low moan that seemed to vibrate through the stone walls. The awful, wet clicking that felt like it was coming from something trying to mimic speech, but only managing disjointed agony. I huddled under the duvet, lights blazing in the bedroom and hallway, flinching at every creak of the cottage settling, every gust of that whispering wind. Dawn was a relief I could barely put into words. As the first gray light filtered through the curtains, the sounds gradually faded, not abruptly, but receding like a tide of filth drawing back into the dark woods. Exhaustion warred with adrenaline. I made coffee with trembling hands, peering out the kitchen window. The fells looked normal. Sheep dotted the green slopes. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue. Could I have imagined it? Dreamt the intensity? But the bone, deep chill that had nothing to do with the morning air told me otherwise. The silence felt different now, too. Not peaceful, but expectant. Waiting. My first rational thought, or perhaps denial masquerading as rationality, was Thompson. I had to find Thompson. He'd know. Maybe he had spares of his offerings. Maybe he could explain, fix what I'd broken. The thought of explaining what I'd done filled me with shame and a new kind of fear. Hello, Arthur, sorry to bother you, but I threw away your magic pebbles, and now the demons are having a rave outside my house. He'd think I was completely mad. But the alternative, facing another night like the last, or worse, was unthinkable. Getting to Thompson's cabin was a trek, further up and away from the village, deeper into the folds of the hills. Usually I enjoyed the walk, the sense of remoteness. That day every step felt fraught. The air was still, unnaturally so. No birdsong, no rustle of unseen creatures in the bracken. Just the crunch of my boots on the path and the loud thumping of my own heart. The woods seemed darker, the trees leaning closer over the path. I kept glancing behind me, the feeling of being watched intense and suffocating. It wasn't like someone was hiding, peering out. It was more like the landscape itself had developed eyes. His cabin was small, stone, built like mine, but more rustic, almost primitive. Smoke usually curled from its chimney, regardless of the season. Today, there was nothing. The collie Pip wasn't snoozing on the rough wooden bench outside. An unsettling quiet hung over the place. Arthur. I called out, my voice sounding thin. Ranger Thompson. It's Penny Davies. No reply. The door was slightly ajar. My stomach clenched. This felt wrong. With a deep breath, I pushed it open. The inside was Thompson. Simple, cluttered, but functional. Tools hung on the walls, maps were spread on a rough, hewn table, a faint smell of wood smoke, pipe tobacco, and damp tweed lingered. But there were signs of haste, interruption. A mug lay on its side on the floor, a dark stain of old tea soaking into the wooden boards. A book thick and leather bound lay face down by the cold hearth. Pip's water bowl was bone dry. Thompson wasn't the sort to neglect his dog or leave a mess like that. I picked up the book. It wasn't a modern paperback. The pages were thick, slightly yellowed, the text dense. It looked like a local history, Or perhaps something more specific. It had fallen open to a section marked with a faded ribbon. My eyes scanned the page, catching phrases the old man of the U certain times require appeasement. Balance between worlds thin in these high places. Offerings not of sustenance, but of respect for the unseen boundaries. A disturbance invites imbalance, a twisting of the natural order. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This wasn't just eccentricity. Thompson knew. He actively researched this thing. The book felt heavy in my hands, ancient, and filled with a knowledge I desperately didn't want. Where was he? Had he left because of me? Or had something happened? I searched the small cabin, calling his name again, my voice tight with rising panic. Nothing. Just the oppressive silence and the feeling of being watched, even more intensely here. I backed out, pulling the door almost closed behind me, feeling like an intruder disturbing a tomb. The walk back was worse. If the woods felt watchful on the way up, they felt actively hostile on the way down. Shadows seemed to stretch and twist in my peripheral vision. Once, I was sure I saw movement up ahead, something large and dark slipping between the trees, but when I strained my eyes, there was nothing. The silence persisted, broken only by the sudden, sharp crack of a twig underfoot that made me jump nearly out of my skin. Back in the relative safety of my cottage, I locked the door, drew the curtains, even though it was only mid-afternoon. The silence was inside now, too. The usual comforting hums and creaks of the house felt absent, replaced by that same tense, waiting stillness. I couldn't settle, couldn't work. I tried researching online folklore of the Lake District, yew tree legends, Cumbrian spirits. Most of it was tourist, friendly ghost stories, or vague mentions of druids. Nothing felt specific enough, nothing captured the sheer wrongness of the sounds, the oppressive weight of the silence, the chilling implications in Thompson's book. As dusk began to creep in again, the dread intensified. I considered packing a bag, driving away back to London, anywhere. But the thought felt futile. This wasn't something you could just run from, was it? This felt tied to the place, tied to the you, and now, somehow tied to me, my interference, my tidiness. I checked the locks obsessively, turned on every light in the house, made tea I couldn't drink, sat huddled on the sofa, straining my ears. The wrong sound started earlier that night, closer. The dragging, shuffling noise seemed to circle the cottage. The high-pitched keening drilled into my ears, punctuated by the guttural clicks that sounded sickeningly like attempts at laughter. Then came the scratching. Soft at first, like branches brushing against the window pane. But it was rhythmic, deliberate. Scrape, drag, scrape on the glass of the living room window. I froze, heart hammering against my ribs. Slowly, terrified of what I might see, I forced myself to look. Pulled back the curtain just a fraction. Nothing, just the impenetrable darkness. But the scratching continued, moving along the wall towards the back door. Scrape, drag, tap. Tap, tap. It wasn't branches. It sounded like fingernails. Or claws. Long, ragged claws scraping on stone and wood. I retreated further into the room, stumbling backwards over the rug, ending up pressed against the far wall. Tears were streaming down my face now, hot and silent. This was real. Thompson was gone, maybe taken, maybe fled. And whatever he'd been placating was here, testing the boundaries, focusing on me. Sleep was impossible again. The noises outside morphed and changed throughout the night, sometimes frantic, sometimes deceptively quiet, only to erupt again in a cacophony of twisted natural sounds. At one point, I heard what sounded exactly like Mrs. Higgins' voice calling my name, soft and concerned, right outside the kitchen window. Penny. Penny, dear, are you all right? My blood ran cold. I knew it wasn't her. It was a mimicry, a lure. I stayed frozen, silent, until the voice dissolved back into the distorted animal cries. The following day brought no respite, only deeper paranoia. I couldn't bring myself to go outside. The feeling of being watched was constant, even through the walls. I kept seeing flickers of movement through the edges of the windows, shapes that vanished when I looked directly. The silence inside the house felt heavier than ever, as if the air itself was thickening. Late that afternoon, desperate, I went back to the bin in the kitchen. My hands shook as I dug through the vegetable scraps, the coffee grounds. There they were, the 3 smooth gray stones in the intricate, now slightly wilted, reed circlet. They felt cold to the touch, unnaturally so. Holding them filled me with a profound sense of dread, but also a sliver of desperate hope. Maybe if I put them back, could it be that simple? Could I undo my mistake just by returning them? It felt naive, childishly optimistic after the horrors of the past 2 nights. But what other choice did I have? As the sun began to set again, painting the sky in lurid streaks of orange and purple that looked less beautiful and more menacing, I knew I had to try. I couldn't face another night trapped in here, listening to the scratching, the whispers, the things pretending to be human voices, pocketing the stones in the reed plate, heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I unlocked the back door. The air that hit me was cold. Dan carried the faint, loamy scent of the woods and something else. Something fetid, like decay, but sharper, almost metallic. The silence outside was absolute now. Not a bird, not an insect, not the bleating of distant sheep. It was the silence of held breath, the silence before the pounce. Taking a shaky step onto the path leading towards the fells, towards the ancient yew, felt like stepping off a cliff. The woods waited, dark and watchful, and I had the sickening feeling that I wasn't just going to return Thompson's offerings, I was walking into a trap. The balance was broken. And the woods, the hills, the ancient thing Thompson tried to appease, they knew who was responsible. And they were waiting for me. Stepping onto that path was like plunging into cold water. The air thickened, pressing in on me, heavy with silence and that faint, sharp smell of decay. Twilight was bleeding rapidly into true night, the familiar shapes of trees melting into imposing, black monoliths against a bruised purple sky. My torch beam felt pitifully inadequate, cutting a shaky tunnel through the gloom, catching on twisted branches that looked like grasping claws and roots that coiled across the path like petrified snakes. Every step crunched too loudly in the absolute stillness. There was no wind now, not even the malicious whispering wind from the night before. Just silence. A deep, profound silence that felt like the world holding its breath, waiting for me. The feeling of being watched intensified with every yard I covered. It wasn't just a prickle on my neck anymore. It was a physical weight, a pressure on my skin, as if unseen eyes were tracing my every movement from the impenetrable darkness flanking the path. I clutched the cold stones and the wilting reed circlet in my pocket, their presence a scant comfort, a reminder of my foolishness. My breath hitched in my throat, misting in the cold air. I wanted to run back, lock the door, hide. But the knowledge of what waited there, the scratching, the mimicking voices, the sheer wrongness propelled me forward. There was no retreat, only this path leading deeper into the fear. The mile to the yew tree felt like 10. Time seemed to warp, stretching and compressing. One moment I felt like I was wading through treacle. The next I'd stumble forward, disoriented, unsure how I'd covered the ground. The woods themselves seemed to shift. Trees that I vaguely recognized from daytime walks looked taller, more menacing, their branches interwoven into an almost solid canopy overhead, blocking out the last vestiges of twilight. The path felt narrower, closing in. Then, abruptly, I stepped out of the dense trees and into the clearing. The change was instantaneous and jarring. The air here was freezing, a biting cold that sank into my bones despite my layers. And the silence, if the woods were silent, the clearing was vacuum sealed. It pressed on my eardrums, a physical force. Dominating the space, as always, was the yew. But tonight, it wasn't just a tree, it was a presence. It loomed impossibly vast, its darkness absolute, seeming to absorb even the weak beam of my torch. It felt less like a living thing and more like a gate, a rent in the fabric of the world leading somewhere ancient and dreadful. Beneath it, the ground looked disturbed. Not overtly, but the moss seemed flatter, darker, the earth slightly compressed, as if something immensely heavy had rested there. Or paced. The feeling of being watched was now overwhelming, concentrated, emanating from the impenetrable darkness beneath the U's drooping branches. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely retrieve the offerings from my pocket. The 3 smooth stones felt like ice. The reed circlet was brittle, threatening to crumble. Forcing myself to move, I knelt on the cold, damp moss where I'd seen Thompson place his tributes, the spot where I'd tidied them away. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard it felt like it might break free. With trembling fingers, I placed the 3 stones in a small triangle, just as I remembered. Then, carefully, I laid the reed circlet beside them. It looked pathetic, small, insignificant, wilting, a ridiculously inadequate apology for my transgression. For a moment, nothing happened. Absolute silence, absolute stillness. Even my own breathing seemed to stop. Had it worked? Was it that simple? Then, a low sound began. Not from the woods around me, but from the yew tree itself. A deep, resonant groaning like the timbers of a sinking ship, like rock grinding against rock deep underground. It wasn't a natural sound. It vibrated through the soles of my boots, up my legs, into my chest. The air grew colder still, stealing the breath from my lungs. The darkness beneath the yew seemed to deepen, to coalesce. It wasn't just shadow, it felt like something gathering. My torch beam flickered erratically, as if the batteries were dying, though they were new. In the wavering light, I caught glimpses, or thought I did. Movement within the blackness. Something impossibly tall and thin, unfolding like smoke, yet solid. A shape that didn't belong to the natural world, hinted at limbs that bent the wrong way, a presence defined by sheer age and utter indifference, or perhaps profound ancient malice. Panic, stark and primal, seized me. I scrambled backwards, falling onto the damp ground, crab walking away from the tree, unable to tear my eyes from the shifting darkness beneath it. The groaning intensified, resolving into something that might have been breathing slow, dry, rattling breaths that spoke of dust and tombs. And mixed with it, that guttural clicking sound returned, louder now, closer, seeming to echo from the very air around me. My torch flickered again, and for a split second, the beam caught something near the base of the trunk, half hidden by a thick root, not reeds, not stones. A flash of worn leather, a glint of metal. My blood ran cold. It was one of Thompson's old, sturdy boots, lying on its side, empty, and just beside it, Pip's collar, frayed and unbuckled. He hadn't fled. He hadn't abandoned his post. The balance had tipped, and he'd been the first casualty. Swallowed by the silence, by the watchful presence he tried so hard to appease. A wave of nausea and terror washed over me. This wasn't just about strange sounds or sleepless nights. This was about life and death, about boundaries crossed and prices paid. My pathetic offering, it wasn't enough. It couldn't possibly be enough to mend the tear I'd made, to repay the debt incurred by disturbing something that had claimed the man who understood it. The groaning from the tree stopped abruptly. The clicking faded. The oppressive weight lessened, just slightly. The silence returned, but it felt different now. Not waiting, but assessing, considering. I didn't understand. Was it over? Had returning the items done something? Then I felt it. A shift in the cold air. A faint, almost imperceptible tugging sensation, not on my clothes, but on my attention. A pull towards the tree, towards the spot where the offerings lay. It wasn't physical. It was a mental pressure, an expectation. The balance. It wasn't restored. It was recalibrating. Thompson was gone. His role was vacant. My interference, my return, my presence here, it had marked me. The offering wasn't enough because it was a one-off apology. What was required, I realized with a dawning, chilling horror, was continuity, vigilance. The constant ritualistic acknowledgement of the unseen boundary. Thompson hadn't just been leaving random tributes. He'd been performing a duty, tending a fragile truce. A truce I had shattered. I could run. Maybe. Try to get back to the cottage. Barricade the door. Leave at first light. But looking at the impenetrable darkness of the yew, feeling that cold, ancient awareness fixed upon me, I knew running wouldn't save me. It hadn't saved Thompson. The imbalance would follow. The sounds, the scratching, the watchful silence, they were symptoms, not the disease itself. The disease was the broken truce, the disturbed presence. Slowly, shakily, I got to my feet. My legs felt like lead. The torch cast a weak, trembling light. I looked from the empty boot and collar to the small, pathetic offering I had replaced. It wasn't enough. It would never be just this. The woods were still silent as I turned away from the yew tree, back towards the path. But the silence no longer felt empty. It felt charged, and the feeling of being watched hadn't lessened. It had simply changed. It wasn't the focused scrutiny of an enemy anymore. It felt like supervision. I don't know how I made it back to the cottage. I don't remember the walk. I remember locking the door, leaning against it, gasping for breath that wasn't laced with graveyard cold. The sounds didn't return that night. Not the twisted, wrong sounds anyway. Just the normal nocturnal rustlings, the hoot of a distant owl, the wind sighing in the chimney. It should have been a relief. It wasn't, because I knew it wasn't over. I hadn't fixed it. I just inherited it. The responsibility, the fear. The knowledge that just beyond the veil of the mundane, beneath the ancient yews in the silent places of the fells, something old and vast and patient resides. Something that requires appeasement. I haven't left the cottage yet. It's been 2 days. I keep the lights on. But I know I can't stay here forever. Soon I'll have to go out. I'll need smooth, polished stones from the lake shore. I'll need to learn how to plate reeds the way Thompson did. I'll have to return to the yew tree, not just once, but regularly. To pay my respects. To maintain the fragile peace. My mistake wasn't tidiness. My mistake was thinking the world was limited to what I could see and understand. Now I see more, feel more. The balance Thompson maintained rests, however precariously, on my shoulders. I don't know what happens if I fail, if I neglect the offerings. I only know the chilling finality of an empty boot lying in the shadow of an ancient tree. I cleared Thompson's mess, and now his duty is mine. I live in the beautiful Lake District, and I am terrified. My name is Jack Carver. Used to be a ranger way back. Not the kind you see in Yellowstone with the flat hats and the tourist pamphlets, mind you. I worked the New Forest in England. Different beast altogether. Ancient woods, tangled paths, secrets older than the Domesday Book. It's beautiful, sure, but it's got teeth, and sometimes you gotta have teeth too. Especially back then in my early days. We were younger, brasher, maybe dumber. We cut corners we shouldn't have. We operated in gray areas that, looking back now, were darker than we ever admitted. There was this shed. Calling it an equipment shed was generous. It stood on a lonely ridge, miles from any main track, half hidden by overgrown gorse and leaning pines. Probably hadn't seen official use since before the war, the big one. It was corrugated iron mostly, bleeding rust down its sides like old wounds. The door was thick, weathered oak, warped and scarred, secured by a heavy, duty hasp and staple that looked disproportionately sturdy compared to the rest of the crumbling structure. Inside, it stank of damp earth, mildew, and the ghost of long dead rodents. A few rusted tools lay scattered, a broken shovel head, the handle of a pickaxe, coils of wire brittle with age. Not much else. It wasn't a place you lingered. The silence out there was different, heavier, like it was listening. We didn't use it for equipment. Not really. Unofficially, unspokenly, it served another purpose. The New Forest attracts all sorts. Most are fine, just enjoying the scenery. But you get others. Poachers, vandals, drifters looking for trouble, folks getting blind, drunk, and belligerent deep in the woods where help is a long way off. Sometimes hauling someone miles back to the station, filling out paperwork. Dealing with the local constabulary, it felt like more hassle than it was worth, especially for repeat offenders or guys who were just spoiling for a fight. So the shed became the cooling off spot. It wasn't policy. God, no. If the higher-ups ever knew, heads would have rolled. It was just a thing that was done. Passed down by older rangers, maybe. A nod and a wink solution. Find someone causing serious disruption, too riled up to reason with, maybe swinging fists or threatening. Escort them out to the ridge. Persuade them, forcefully if necessary, into the shed. Slide the bolt, click the padlock. Leave them overnight. The chill, the isolation, the sheer unnerving emptiness of the place usually did the trick. By dawn, they were sober, subdued, and more than happy to promise good behavior if you just let them out and pointed them towards the nearest road, forgetting the whole incident ever happened. We always let them out at dawn. Always. That was the unspoken rule within the unspoken rule. It felt wrong, sure, a knot of unease tightening in my gut every time, but we rationalized it. Kept the peace, avoided paperwork, taught a harsh lesson. Until Arthur Pendleton. Ranger Davies was the senior man on our patch back then. Grizzled bloke, seen it all. Usually went by the book, but he had a pragmatic streak a mile wide and a low tolerance for idiots disrupting his forest. He wasn't cruel, just weary. Worn down by years of dealing with the dregs. He knew about the shed, of course. Probably used it more than anyone, though he never boasted about it. Pendleton. Even the name sounded wrong out there. Too formal, too stiff for the muddy, feral man it belonged to. He was a known poacher, but nastier than most. We suspected him of trapping badgers, poisoning streams, taking deer out of season with cruel efficiency. He had a temper like a struck match and a deep-seated hatred for anyone in uniform. We'd had run-ins before, verbal warnings, confiscated traps, but he was slippery. This time, though, we caught him red-handed, right by Whitley Wood. 2 freshly killed pheasant hens stuffed in a sack, a crudely silenced, .22 rifle leaning against a tree. He didn't come quietly. Drunk probably, or just naturally vicious. He swung a boot knife at Davies, missed by inches. It took both of us to wrestle him down, him spitting curses and threats the whole time. He was wiry, stronger than he looked, fueled by pure spite. By the time we had him subdued, zip-tied and breathing heavily on the damp leaves, Davies' patience had snapped clean in two. Right? Davies growled, wiping a smear of mud and maybe a little blood from his cheek. You're done. Pendleton. Proper done. I knew what was coming. Davies, I started hesitant. It felt different this time. Pendleton wasn't just drunk and loud. He was genuinely dangerous, venomous. No, Jack. Davies cut me off, his eyes hard. He needs a lesson. A proper night to think about his life choices. He crossed a line with that knife. The walk out to the ridge was long and tense. Pendleton had fallen into a sullen silence, but you could feel the hatred radiating off him. Davies marched ahead, grim-faced. I trailed behind, trying to ignore the weight of the heavy, iron padlock Davies had palmed from the Land Rover's toolbox. The sun was setting, painting the sky in bruised purples and reds, making the familiar forest paths feel alien and menacing. The air grew colder as we climbed the ridge. The shed looked worse than usual in the twilight, a dark block against the fading sky. Davies fumbled with the padlock key, his hands surprisingly shaky. He wrenched the oak door open with a groan of protesting hinges. The smell hit us, damp decay, something else underneath, maybe just fear. In, Davies ordered, shoving Pendleton towards the dark opening. Pendleton stumbled inside, then turned, his face a pale mask of fury in the gloom. You'll regret this, Davies! Both of you! I'll gut you! I'll burn your houses down! His voice was a low snarl, promising retribution. Davies just slammed the heavy door shut, the sound echoing flatly in the stillness. He slid the thick iron bolt across, the scrape of metal on metal grating on the nerves. Then came the padlock. It was an old thing, oversized, probably salvaged from some long, abandoned farm gate. Davies slotted it through the staple, pushed the shackle home. The click as it locked seemed impossibly loud, a final, definitive sound that severed Pendleton from the world. His shouting started immediately, muffled curses, threats, promises of vengeance banging against the inside of the door. We turned and walked away, not looking back. The shouting followed us for a while, then faded, swallowed by the distance and the vast indifference of the forest. He'll be singing a different tune come morning. Davies muttered more to himself than to me. Belligerent sod. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of wind in the trees outside my cottage window sounded like Pendleton, somehow free, somehow seeking revenge. I kept picturing him in that cold, dark box, alone with his rage and the rust and the silence. The next morning, I met Davies at the Rendezvous Point, ready for the walk back to the ridge. He was already there, sipping tea from a flask, looking tired but otherwise normal. "Morning, Jack," he said, his usual gruff self. "Quiet night after all." "Did you?" I started.
Let Pendleton out?
"Of course I did," Davies said almost too casually. He took another sip of tea, cracked the door at first light like always. Miserable Jit didn't even say thank you. Just stumbled out, blinking like a mole, and legged it towards the main road without a word. Won't be seeing him around here again in a hurry, I reckon. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, guilt mingling with it. Davies had done it, followed the twisted rules. Pendleton was gone. It was over. Davies wouldn't lie about something like that. He was gruff, pragmatic, maybe even harsh, but he wasn't forgetful. Not about something like this. Life in the forest settled back into its rhythm. Patrols, checking fences, dealing with lost hikers, the usual cycle. The incident with Pendleton faded, pushed to the back of my mind, filed under unpleasant but necessary. Weeks passed. The leaves turned autumn, deepening its hold on the woods. The shed on the ridge remained undisturbed, a silent, rusting monument to a night I tried hard not to think about. Davies never mentioned Pendleton again, and neither did I. It was done. Dealt with. Forgotten, or so we thought. Weeks bled into months. Autumn laid its rusty carpet over the new forest, the golds and reds fading to the drab browns and grays of approaching winter. The air grew teeth, biting sharp in the mornings. We fell back into the routine, checking boundary fences iced with frost, dealing with the occasional hardy tourist lost in the mist, the quiet vigilance of watching over sleeping woods. The incident with Arthur Pendleton, the night at the shed, became a buried memory, and unpleasantness walled off in the back corners of my mind. Davies seemed unchanged, perhaps a fraction more withdrawn, but he was never the most sociable man. He'd said he let Pendleton go. I'd chosen to believe him. It was easier. The alternative was unthinkable. The first disruption came subtly. A pair of hikers, young students from Southampton, stopped by the station looking spooked. They'd taken a wrong turn somewhere north of the Boulderwood Deer Sanctuary, ended up on an unfamiliar ridge. Said they'd heard something weird, like crying. The young woman said, clutching her boyfriend's arm. Proper sobbing, like someone was in real pain. Echoing from an old metal shed thing half hidden in the trees. Davies handled it, calm and reassuring. "Ah, the wind plays tricks up on those ridges," he explained smoothly. "Gets caught in the old iron sheets. Makes all sorts of noises. Sounds remarkably human sometimes. Easy mistake to make if you're not used to it." He gave them directions back to the main road, a paternal smile fixed on his face. They left, looking relieved, convinced by the voice of experience. I felt a prickle of unease, though. An old metal shed on a ridge. There weren't many like that. But Davies' explanation was plausible. The wind did howl strangely up there. I pushed the thought away. A few weeks later, another report. This time from a seasoned birdwatcher, a local fellow we knew slightly, not prone to flights of fancy. He'd been tracking a goshawk near the same area. Heard it clear as day, Jack. He told me, his face serious. Wasn't the wind. Wasn't an animal. It was weeping. A man's weeping sounded like. Coming from that derelict shed on the high ground. Went on for a good 10 minutes. Give me the proper creeps, I tell you. I didn't go closer. This time, the unease solidified into a cold knot in my stomach. Twice, same location. Same description sobbing. I thought back to Davies, that morning after we'd locked Pendleton up. His casual confidence. Cracked the door at first light, like always. Had he really? The image of that heavy, rusted padlock clicked shut flashed in my mind. I had to talk to Davies. I found him cleaning his rifle in the workshop, the scent of gun oil sharp in the air. I recounted the birdwatcher's story, trying to keep my voice neutral. Davies didn't look up immediately. He continued meticulously wiping down the barrel. Birdwatcher must be going deaf. He grunted finally, hearing things. Or maybe Pendleton's ghost is haunting the place. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Davies, I pressed. That's the second report from someone reliable. Sobbing from the shed. He finally stopped, laying the rifle down carefully. He looked at me, his eyes narrowed. "What are you suggesting, Carver?" "I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just saying, maybe we should check it out, just to be sure, to stop the rumors. There's nothing to check." Davies snapped, his voice suddenly harsh. I unlocked the door. Pendleton walked out. End of story. It's the wind or foxes or bloody hikers imagining things because the place looks spooky. Leave it alone. His vehemence was unsettling. It wasn't the weary pragmatism I knew. It felt defensive, brittle. The seed of doubt, planted weeks ago, began to sprout, ugly and insistent. Did he forget? Could he really have forgotten to go back? Or worse, did he deliberately leave him? The thought was chilling. Davies was worn down, yes, but malicious. I couldn't believe it. Which left only one truly terrifying possibility: he went back. Just like he said, but something else happened. Or he simply forgot. Utterly, completely forgot about the man locked in the shed. The forest seemed to hold its breath through November. An early, light snowfall dusted the higher ground, melting quickly but leaving the air damp and raw. No more reports came in, perhaps because fewer people ventured into the deeper woods as winter approached. The silence was almost worse than the rumored sobbing. The shed sat up there on its ridge, ignored but not forgotten. Not by me. Anyway, I found myself taking longer routes on patrol, avoiding the paths that led anywhere near it. Then the district supervisor mentioned it during a routine visit, getting some odd reports from hikers about noises up on the north ridges. He said casually over lukewarm tea. Probably nothing. Animals most likely, but maybe have a wander up there when you get a chance, Davies. Just to show willing, quieten things down. Davies just nodded, his face unreadable. But I saw the muscle jump in his jaw. He was trapped. He had to go, and I knew I had to go with him. We set out a few days later on a gray, biting afternoon. The sky was low and oppressive, threatening more snow. We didn't talk much on the walk up. The usual forest sounds seemed muffled, distant. The crunch of our boots on the frost. Hardened ground was unnaturally loud. Davies walked with his head down, his breath pluming in the cold air. I kept scanning the trees, feeling watched, my old unease now blossoming into full-blown dread. What were we going to find? As we climbed the final slope towards the ridge, the familiar silhouette of the shed emerged from the mist-shrouded pines. It looked smaller somehow, more pathetic. Just a rusting box in the middle of nowhere. Silent, no sobbing now, just the whine of the wind through the bare branches. We stopped about 20 yards away and stared. The padlock was still there. It hung heavy on the hasp dulled by weather, streaks of rust weeping down from it onto the gray, warped wood of the door. It wasn't just locked. It looked like it hadn't been touched in months, sealed tight by grime and the creeping tendrils of winter frost. Time seemed to stop. The wind died down for a moment, and the silence was absolute, profound. Davies made a small noise in his throat, a choked gasp. "No," he whispered. His face was pale, his eyes wide, fixed on the lock. "No, I unlocked it. I remember..." His voice trailed off. The certainty, the bedrock of his story for months, crumbled before my eyes. He looked utterly lost. He took a stumbling step forward, then another, until he was right in front of the door. He reached out a trembling hand, his fingers brushing against the cold, rough metal of the padlock. He didn't try to pull it. He knew just by looking that it was securely fastened. I don't understand," he stammered, looking wildly from the lock to me, then back again. I came back. "Dawn. I swear I did, Jack. I let him out." But the evidence was right there, cold and immutable. Either he was lying, had been lying all along, or his memory had betrayed him in the most catastrophic way possible. He hadn't come back. He hadn't let Pendleton out. Arthur Pendleton had been locked in this shed since that evening in late summer. We stood there for what felt like an eternity, the terrible reality sinking in. Davies looked broken. I felt sick. Finally, Davies seemed to gather himself, a flicker of his old authority returning, though fragile now. "Bolt cutters," he said, his voice hoarse. "In my pack." I numbly unzipped his pack and pulled out the heavy, duty bolt cutters we carried for dealing with illegal fences or damaged gates. Handing them to him felt like passing a sentence. He positioned the jaws of the cutters around the thick shackle of the padlock. His hands were shaking violently now, making the metal screech as he tried to get a grip. He took a deep, shuddering breath and squeezed. The metal groaned in protest. Rust flaked off. Davies grunted with effort, his face contorted. He squeezed again, putting his whole weight into it. There was a sharp, ugly snap that echoed across the ridge. The severed shackle sprang apart. The padlock fell heavily onto the frozen earth at the foot of the door with a dull thud. Silence returned deeper, more pregnant than before. The bolt was still slid across, but the lock, the symbol of Pendleton's confinement, was broken. Davy stepped back, breathing hard, the bolt cutters dangling loosely from his hand. He stared at the door, at the newly exposed end of the staple where the lock had been. Neither of us moved to slide the bolt. A faint smell began to drift from the cracks around the doorframe. Faint but sickeningly familiar. The smell of decay, of stale air, and underneath it something else. Something metallic and foul, like spoiled meat left too long in the sun. Davies looked at me, his eyes hollow with a terror that mirrored my own. What had weeks, months, locked in this cold, dark, silent box done to Arthur Pendleton? He reached towards the bolt. Davies' hand, slick with sweat despite the biting cold, fumbled for the iron bolt. It scraped loudly in the unnatural quiet as he slid it back. He hesitated for a fraction of a second, his knuckles white, then pulled the heavy oak door outwards. It opened with a long, low groan like something in pain, revealing the darkness within. The stench hit us like a physical blow. Thick, cloying, indescribably foul. It was the smell from before decay, stale confinement, spoiled meat, but magnified 100 times, mixed with the acrid tang of ammonia and something else, something uniquely, horribly human yet utterly wrong. I gagged, stumbling back a step, bile rising in my throat. Davies didn't flinch, but his face, already pale, turned a ghastly, waxen yellow. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the deeper gloom inside the shed, pierced only by the weak, gray light filtering through the open door. At first, I saw nothing but shadows and the few rusted tools I remembered. Then a shape in the far corner resolved itself, curled tight in on itself against the damp, rust-stained corrugated iron wall, was something. It wasn't Arthur Pendleton. Not the belligerent, spitting poacher we'd shoved in here months ago. This figure was skeletal, impossibly thin, draped in rags that might once have been clothes. Limbs like brittle sticks were drawn up to a sunken chest, the knobs of knees and elbows pressing sharply against the threadbare fabric. A tangled mat of filthy, lank hair obscured most of the head, which rested on its knees. It was utterly still. A corpse, I thought, with a surge of grim, inappropriate relief. Just the body, bad, horrific, but finite. Davies took a shaky step inside, peering closer. Pendleton, he whispered, his voice cracking. And then it moved. Slowly, agonizingly, the head lifted from the knees. The matted hair shifted, revealing a face I will see behind my eyes until the day I die. It was stretched parchment, thin over sharp cheekbones and a protruding jaw. The skin was the color of old tallow, stained and filthy. There was no beard, just sores and patches of unnatural smoothness, as if hair had been rubbed away against the floor or walls. But the eyes, oh God, the eyes. They were sunk deep in cavernous sockets, but they weren't vacant. They were huge, dark, and fixed on Davies with an unnerving, lucid intensity. There was no recognition in them, no anger, no fear. Just a vast, empty awareness. Like an animal that has suffered beyond comprehension, beyond the point where emotion means anything. The figure's lips, cracked and blackened, peeled back from elongated teeth in a grimace that might have been a prelude to a sound. A dry, rasping breath hitched in its throat. It wasn't weeping now. The sobbing the hikers heard must have been from an earlier stage of this transformation. Davies let out a strangled cry and staggered backwards out of the shed, tripping over the discarded padlock and falling heavily onto the frosted ground. He scrambled away on all fours, crab-like, his face a mask of pure, undiluted horror. The thing in the shed shifted again, a weak, skeletal hand with grotesquely long dirt-caked fingernails twitching at its side. It made a sound then, a low, guttural clicking, like stones rattling in a dry gourd. It wasn't human speech. It wasn't animalistic either. It was just a noise from the depths of utter dereliction. I stood frozen in the doorway, caught between the urge to run and a morbid, horrified fascination. This was what months of darkness, isolation, starvation, and hopelessness did. It hadn't just killed Pendleton, it had unmade him. Changed him into something elemental, something embodying the cold, damp, indifferent cruelty of the shed itself. The word Pendleton no longer applied. It was just the thing in the shed. Davies finally got to his feet, shaking uncontrollably. "Jack," he gasped, his eyes pleading. "Jack, what do we do?" The question hung there, heavy and toxic as the stench from the shed. What could we do? Call for help? An ambulance? The police? How could we possibly explain this? Yes. "Officer, we unofficially locked a man in this abandoned shed months ago as a form of off, the book's punishment." Ranger Davies swore he let him out, but apparently forgot, and now he's like this. Our careers would be over in an instant. Prison sentences would be likely. The scandal would engulf the Forestry Commission. But beyond that, looking at the creature huddled in the corner, listening to that dry, clicking rattle, could it even be helped? Could that thing ever be brought back to the world of the living, of sanity? Or was it already somewhere else entirely, lost in a landscape of pure suffering? Releasing it seemed unthinkable, both for its own sake and for ours. Davies seemed to reach the same conclusion. His face crumpled, tears finally streaming down his cheeks, cutting clean tracks through the grime of his panic. "I forgot," he sobbed, the words torn from him. "Oh God, Jack, I just forgot. I was stressed, overworked. He was so belligerent. I locked the shed, and I just forgot him." The confession offered no relief, only deepened the abyss. His mistake wasn't malice, it was worse neglect. Utter, unforgivable neglect. Forgetting a human being locked in a box. We didn't speak the decision. We didn't need to. It was there in Davies' broken sobs, in the sick dread coiling in my own stomach, in the impossible horror lurking in the shadows of the shed. We couldn't fix this. We couldn't confess. We could only contain it. With trembling hands, I reached out and pulled the heavy oak door shut. The click from the thing inside stopped. The deep groan of the hinges sounded again. Davies, moving like an automaton, stumbled forward and slid the iron bolt back into place. There was no padlock now, but it didn't matter. Where would it go? We turned and walked away. We didn't run, though every instinct screamed at me to flee. We walked, deliberately placing one foot in front of the other, down the ridge, away from the shed, leaving the unmade thing inside to its darkness, its silence, its unknowable existence. The walk back was the longest of my life, filled only by the sound of our footsteps, the sighing wind, and Davies' quiet, continuous weeping. Davies didn't last long after that. He requested a transfer within the week, citing ill health. I heard later he'd had a complete breakdown, institutionalized somewhere up north. Never saw him again. His forgetting cost him everything. It cost Pendleton more. I stayed on for another year, but the forest wasn't the same. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every remote track potentially led to somewhere awful. The memory of that face, those eyes, the smell it tainted everything. I couldn't patrol near the ridge. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by hollow eyes. Couldn't scrub the scent of decay from my nostrils. Eventually, I resigned. Came back to the States. Tried to build a different life, far from ancient woods and rusting sheds. They tore the shed down eventually, I heard years later. Said the ground there was unstable, or maybe it was just part of clearing out old structures. I don't know if anyone ever found anything. Bones, maybe. Or maybe the thing just wasted away to nothing, becoming part of the damp earth and rust. Or maybe, sometimes, when the wind howls just right over that lonely ridge, hikers still hear something that sounds unnervingly like sobbing. I don't know what happened to Arthur Pendleton, not really. I know we locked him in. I know Davies forgot him. And I know what we found when we finally went back. Davies' mistake wasn't just locking him in that shed. His real, unforgivable mistake The one that created the horror was forgetting he was there, leaving him to the dark, the cold, and the change. We all carry things we try to forget. But some things don't stay forgotten. They just wait. My name is Reginald Croft. You wouldn't know me from Adam, and maybe that's for the best. For nearly 20 years, I was the man behind the scenes, the one ensuring the paths were clear, the signs were legible, and the structures were sound across miles of unforgiving, beautiful terrain in Snowdonia National Park. Head of maintenance sounded grander than it was. Mostly it meant juggling dwindling budgets, prioritizing repairs based on footfall and political pressure, and trying to keep the wild heart of Wales from swallowing hikers whole without bankrupting the park authority. It was a constant battle against erosion, weather, and, increasingly, the slow creep of administrative apathy. Snowdonia, even the name holds a certain weight, doesn't it? It evokes images of mist, shrouded peaks, glacial valleys carved deep into ancient rock, and a silence so profound it feels like the mountains themselves are holding their breath. It's beautiful, undeniably. Jaw-droppingly, soul-stirringly beautiful. But it's also indifferent. It's a landscape that tolerated human presence, never truly welcomed it. Spend enough time out there, away from the visitor centers and the ice cream vans, and you feel it, that old, cold awareness that you're small, fragile, and utterly insignificant against the backdrop of geological time and raw nature. Some find it humbling. Others, terrifying. I mostly found it tiring, a constant, uphill struggle against entropy. My domain, such as it was, included some of the most remote and least visited corners of the park. Trails that petered out into scree slopes, forgotten mine workings that scarred the hillsides like old wounds, and natural features that seemed to actively discourage exploration. Among these was a place known locally, though never marked on official maps, as Devil's Chasm. It wasn't hard to see how it got the name. A deep, jagged scar in the earth, slicing through a particularly dense and gloomy stretch of woodland far off the main trails. The chasm itself was narrow, maybe 30 feet across at its widest, but impossibly deep. No one knew exactly how deep. Tossing a stone down yielded only silence, a void that seemed to swallow sound itself. The rock walls were slick with moisture year-round, stained black and green with algae and moss, plunging into a darkness that sunlight never touched. A cold, damp air always seemed to rise from it, carrying the scent of wet stone, decaying leaves, and something else, as something indefinably ancient and unpleasant. Local folklore, the kind whispered over pints in the village pubs, spoke of things dwelling in that darkness, of strange lights seen flickering in its depths on moonless nights, and of people who ventured too close and were never seen again. Standard rural spook stories, I always thought, the kind that spring up around any sufficiently imposing or dangerous natural landmark. Spanning this forbidding gap was, or rather had been, a rope bridge. It wasn't a modern affair of steel cables and treated lumber. This was old, likely built decades ago by shepherds or adventurous locals. Thick, hairy ropes, wooden slats worn smooth by time and weather, anchored precariously to iron spikes driven deep into the rock on either side. It swayed alarmingly even in a mild breeze, and crossing it felt less like a convenience and more like tempting fate. Consequently, almost no one used it. The path leading to it was overgrown, barely discernible, and the area offered little scenic reward compared to the main peaks and valleys. It was a relic, a forgotten footnote in the park's sprawling network. And that's where the trouble began. Like I said, budgets were tight, perennially tight. Every year, the funding allocated from on high seemed to shrink, while the list of necessary repairs grew longer. We were constantly patching, making do, deferring essential work. Then came the directive: cut operational spending by another 15%. 15%! On a budget already stripped to the bone. It meant hard choices. Potholes in the main car park versus replacing rotting waymarker posts on a high ridge. Fixing a leaking roof at a popular shelter versus everything else. It was during one of our typically grim budget review meetings that Ranger Hayes brought up the Devil's Chasm Bridge. Dave Hayes. He was a seasoned ranger and knew the park like the back of his hand. A practical man, maybe a little too pragmatic sometimes. Saw the park less as a natural wonder and more as a series of logistical challenges and potential liabilities. He wasn't a bad sort, just weathered, ground down by the same bureaucracy and public indifference that were on us all. That old rope bridge over the Devil's Chasm, he'd said, tapping a stained finger on a rarely consulted section of the park, map spread across my cluttered desk. The inspection report flagged it last month. Ropes are fraying, some of the wood looks borderline. I sighed, running a hand through my thinning hair. I know, Dave. Add it to the list. It'll be priority Z, as usual. Who even uses that thing? Exactly. Hayes leaned forward, his voice dropping slightly. Nobody. Honestly, Reg, I haven't seen anyone head that way in years. Hikers stick to the main routes, the B routes at most. That whole area, it's practically abandoned. He paused, looking around my cramped office as if checking for eavesdroppers, though it was just us and the humming fluorescent lights. Look, the official recommendation is full replacement. New treated timber, marine grade ropes, proper anchoring systems. Costs a bloody fortune. Time we don't have. I knew what was coming. Hayes had a reputation for finding shortcuts. Ways to tick boxes without necessarily addressing the root problem. But he continued, lowering his voice further. I was down at the depot. Found a stash of timber left over from that fencing job up by Lynn Ogwin. It's untreated, yeah, but it looks solid enough. Cheaper. A lot cheaper. We could patch the worst bits on the bridge, replace a few slats, maybe splice the ropes where they look thin. Do it ourselves, off the books, quiet like. It'll pass a visual inspection from a distance, save us a pile of cash and a mountain of paperwork. Untreated timber. In Snowdonia. Over Devil's Chasm. Every instinct I had screamed no. The damp climate here eats untreated wood for breakfast. Rot sets in fast, unseen, undermining the strength from within, especially over a chasm that perpetually exhaled cold, damp air. It was against every regulation, every safety protocol I was supposed to uphold. Dave, we can't. I started, but the words felt weak even as I said them. The 15% cut loomed over me like a guillotine. Explaining a budget overrun for a bridge hardly anyone knew existed, let alone used, would be professional suicide. Why not? Hayes countered, his tone reasonable, persuasive. Seriously, Reg, who's going to know? It's Devil's Chasm, not the bloody Pike track. Nobody goes there anyway. It'll hold for a bit, long enough to get us through this budget cycle. We can put the full replacement job on the long-term plan, kick it down the road. Problem solved. Money saved. He made it sound so simple, so logical, a neat solution to an annoying problem. Nobody goes there anyway. The phrase echoed in the cramped office, seeming to suck the air out. I looked at the budget spreadsheet on my computer screen, the sea of red ink threatening to drown me. I thought about the endless meetings, the justifications, the pleading for basic resources. Hayes was offering an easy way out. A dereliction of duty, yes, but a quiet one. A compromise made in the shadows. I hesitated for a long moment, the silence stretching thin. The image of that dark, damp chasm flashed in my mind, the feel of the cold air rising from it. But then I pictured the faces of the budget committee, the raised eyebrows, the demands for cuts. All right, Dave, I said, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Do it. Keep it quiet. Just make sure it looks secure. He grinned, a quick, tight-lipped expression. Consider it done, Reg. You won't regret it. But I already did. As Hayes left, whistling softly, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the drafty office window. Later that week, the maintenance team, following Hayes' discreet instructions, carried the cheap, pale, untreated timber planks out towards the forgotten path. The wood smelled raw, sappy, vulnerable. It felt wrong. It was wrong. But the paperwork was filed under minor repairs, the budget line was preserved, and the problem, for a time, seemed to disappear. Except sometimes late at night, when the wind howled around the eaves of my cottage, I thought I could hear the faint creak of rope, the groan of unprepared wood, and the whisper of that cold, dark place Devil's Chasm. And I'd tell myself again and again, repeating Hayes' justification like a desperate prayer. Nobody goes there anyway. For a few weeks, an uneasy peace settled over my conscience, or perhaps it was just denial masquerading as calm. The Devil's Chasm Bridge repair faded into the background noise of park administration. We dealt with fallen trees after a spring storm, mediated a dispute between a farmer and hikers over a right of way, prepared for the inevitable summer influx. Hayes clapped me on the back once, remarking how smoothly the budget review had gone. "See, Reg, told you it was a non-issue," he'd said with that same tight grin. I just nodded, unable to meet his eyes, the memory of the pale, untreated wood feeling like a splinter under my skin. I found myself subconsciously avoiding the northwestern sector of the park on my rounds, routing my inspections away from the dense woodland that concealed the chasm. If I didn't go near it, maybe it didn't exist. Maybe the shortcut we'd taken, the risk we'd ignored, would simply be forgotten, absorbed by the vast indifference of the landscape. But the landscape doesn't forget. And sometimes it feels like it waits. I started noticing little things, easily dismissed on their own, but unsettling in aggregate. On the rare occasions my duties took me even remotely close to that side of the park, the woods seemed quieter than usual. Not peaceful quiet, but a heavy, listening silence. Birdsong seemed muted, the usual rustle of small animals in the undergrowth absent. More than once, driving back late on the narrow park roads bordering that area, I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the irrational certainty of being watched from the deep shadows between the ancient oaks and pines. I told myself it was exhaustion, stress, an overactive imagination fueled by guilt. I slept poorly, dreams haunted by images of snapping ropes, and a fall into infinite darkness. I started drinking a bit more in the evenings, trying to numb the low hum of anxiety that had become my constant companion. Then came the call. It was a Tuesday, I remember, late April. The weather had been surprisingly mild, hinting at an early summer. Park visitation was up, families taking advantage of the school holidays. I was in the main office, wading through requisition forms, when the radio crackled to life. It wasn't the usual chatter about lost dogs or hikers with twisted ankles. This was different. Urgent. A school group visiting from somewhere down south. Overdue. My blood ran cold before the dispatcher even mentioned the location. St. Augustine's Academy. 15 children, aged around 12 or 13, plus 2 teachers. They were on a geography and nature field trip. Their itinerary included a walk along one of the designated educational trails, ending at the Penwee, past car park by 4 p.m. It was now nearly 6. They hadn't checked in. Their minibus was still sitting alone in the starting point lay. By last known point, someone radioed in. The reply came back, chillingly vague. Designated route follows the eastern flank of Glider Far, then descends towards Penny Pass. Standard route, well marked. But their starting point, it puts them closer to the Tumglass approach initially. Siwamglass. Not the chasm itself, but adjacent. The wild, less trafficked valley that bordered the dense woodland concealing Devil's Chasm. My breath hitched. No, I told myself. No, they wouldn't have gone off-road. Not that far. It's a school group. They stick to the plan. But even as I tried to reassure myself, Hayes' voice echoed in my memory. Nobody goes there anyway, except, perhaps, a group of curious, adventurous kids, supervised by teachers who might not know the local landscape or its hidden dangers, looking for a shortcut or simply exploring off the designated path. The possibility, once unthinkable, now felt terrifyingly real. The cheap timber, the rotting ropes, the chasm, my stomach churned. Within the hour, a full-scale search and rescue operation was mobilizing. Police, mountain rescue volunteers with their dogs, park rangers pulled from other duties. A helicopter was requested, though the encroaching dusk and low cloud cover would make air support difficult. I was assigned coordination duties at the temporary command post set up near the minibus, a cruel irony, putting me at the heart of the search for victims of my own potential negligence. Hayes arrived, his face grim, but his eyes held a flicker of something else. Fear, recognition. He avoided my gaze, busying himself with maps and radio frequencies. The initial search focused, logically, on the designated trail and its immediate surroundings. Teams fanned out, their headlamps cutting beams through the gathering gloom. Radios crackled with clipped, professional voices reporting sections cleared, finding nothing. No footprints off the main path, no dropped water bottles, no discarded sweet wrappers. It was as if the entire group had simply vanished into thin air. Hours passed. The temperature dropped. A damp mist rolled in, clinging to the slopes, reducing visibility and swallowing sound. The mood at the command post grew heavier with each passing hour, each negative report from the search teams. Hope, fragile to begin with, began to fray. The parents were arriving frantic, their faces etched with a terror I felt reflected, hideously, in my own heart. I had to brief them, offer words of reassurance I didn't feel, speak of the expertise of the rescue teams while knowing there was a possibility, a terrible possibility I couldn't voice, that no amount of expertise could undo. I saw Hayes talking quietly to one of the mountain rescue leaders, gesturing vaguely towards the west on the map, towards Chum Glass Moor, towards the woods, towards the chasm. My gut clenched. Was he thinking the same thing? Was he trying to steer them away, or towards? I couldn't tell. His face was an unreadable mask. As midnight approached, the search teams were becoming exhausted, hampered by the mist and the darkness. The dogs, usually adept at picking up scents, seemed agitated, whining and reluctant to move into certain areas, particularly those leading westward, off the main trails. One handler reported his dog circling, barking at seemingly nothing in the dense woods near the valley entrance, then refusing to go further, hackles raised. It was around 2 a.m. when one of the teams, expanding their search grid further west than initially planned, radioed in. Their voices were strained, hesitant. Command SAR Team Bravo, we've found something. Off the Glasmore track heading into the dense woodland. Looks like footprints. Small ones, a lot of them, and some drag marks. A wave of nausea washed over me. Drag marks. Any sign of the party, Bravo. The police coordinator asked, his voice tight. Negative, command. Tracks lead deeper into the woods, towards the unmapped area. Visibility is near zero here. Trees are thick, and there's a smell. A smell? What kind of a pause, filled only by static? Then the voice came back, uncertain, hard to describe, like damp earth.
Rot.
Old rot, but something else underneath.
Something sharp, metallic, almost
Like fear. Fear. The word hung in the air of the command post, cold and sharp. Hayes had gone pale, his eyes darting towards me for a fraction of a second before looking away. The rescue leader made the call. Okay. Bravo, hold your position. We're regrouping. All teams converge on Bravo's location. Full sweep westward at first light. Be advised, terrain is hazardous, potentially unstable ground reported historically in that area. He meant the chasm. He didn't say its name, but everyone familiar with the park knew what lay hidden in the heart of that unmapped woodland. The team started the slow process of moving towards the Rendezvous point, their headlamps carving feeble paths through the oppressive darkness and mist. The woods ahead seemed to absorb the light, waiting. I stood there, frozen, the radio crackling ignored beside me, the cheap, untreated timber, the fraying ropes, the chasm that swallowed sound, and now a smell of rot and fear. My deadly mistake wasn't just a possibility anymore. It felt like a certainty, waiting for us in the dark heart of the woods, in the cold embrace of Devil's Chasm. The search wasn't just for the missing children anymore. It felt like we were searching for the horrifying proof of my own culpability, step by agonizing step. And I had a sickening feeling that what we would find would be far worse than just snapped ropes. Dawn broke gray and unwelcoming, the mist thinning slightly, but clinging stubbornly in the hollows and beneath the trees. It did little to dispel the gloom that permeated the woodland ahead of us. We stood, a grim assembly of rescuers and rangers, at the edge of the woods where Team Bravo held their position. The footprints small, numerous, tragically distinct in patches of damp earth, led directly into the tangled undergrowth. The drag marks were there too, ugly scars against the leaf litter, pointing like accusing fingers into the oppressive silence. The smell was worse here. Thick, cloying. The scent of rot was identifiable, the familiar smell of deep, damp decay that permeates old forests. But layered with it, woven through it, was that other scent. Sharp, acrid, almost chemical, yet sickeningly organic. It pricked at the back of the throat, made eyes water, and tightened the chest. Fear. It was the only word that came close, yet it felt inadequate. It smelled the way pure panic feels. I saw hardened mountain rescue veterans, men who'd seen horrific accidents, and pulled bodies from remote crags, looking uneasy, their faces pale in the flat morning light. The dogs were useless now, whining, pulling at their leashes, refusing to enter the woods. There was no turning back. With the rescue leader giving curt commands, we pushed forward, following the trail into the woods proper. It was like stepping into another world. The air immediately grew colder. The light dimmer filtered through a dense canopy that seemed to absorb the sun. Sound died here. Our own footsteps, the snap of twigs underfoot, our ragged breathing all seemed unnaturally loud, intrusive, yet simultaneously muffled, as if the forest itself was trying to swallow the noise. The trees were old, gnarled, their branches twisted like arthritic fingers, draped in heavy moss that hung like funeral shrouds. There was no birdsong, no scurry of unseen creatures. Just silence, the smell, and the path ahead. I walked near the back, Hayes a few paces away. He kept wiping his brow, though the air was cool. His eyes darted nervously from side to side, avoiding the tracks on the ground, avoiding my gaze. The shared weight of our secret felt immense, a physical pressure in the suffocating atmosphere. Every step closer to the chasm was a step closer to the confirmation of our deadly mistake. My heart hammered against my ribs, each beat echoing the dreadful rhythm, untreated. Rotting. Fear. We must have walked for 20 minutes, though it felt like hours, the oppressive quiet stretching time. The ground grew softer, damper underfoot. The smell intensified, becoming almost unbearable. Several team members were coughing, covering their mouths and noses. Then, the trees thinned slightly ahead, and we stepped into a small, bleak clearing. Or rather, what used to be the clearing leading to the bridge. It was gone. The rope bridge over Devil's Chasm no longer existed. On our side, anchored deep into the dark rock, were the thick iron spikes. Dangling from them, swaying slightly in the cold air rising from below, were the severed ends of the main support ropes. They hadn't been cut. They'd snapped, the fibers bristling outwards like grotesque, frayed nerves, and tied to them, or dangling loose, were pieces of the wooden slats, our slats. The cheap, untreated timber Hayes had sourced. Even from a distance, I could see it. Some planks were snapped cleanly in two, the pale inner wood exposed. But others were dark, spongy looking, visibly rotten even after only a few weeks in the damp air over the chasm. They had failed. Utterly, catastrophically failed. We moved closer, drawn by a morbid compulsion. The ground near the edge was heavily disturbed, more footprints overlapping, frantic. Scuff marks indicating a struggle, or perhaps desperate attempts to hold on. A small muddy trainer lay on its side near the brink. Further along, snagged on a bramble bush, was a torn piece of fabric, blue nylon, likely from a child's jacket. The drag marks didn't just lead towards the edge. They went right up to it. The implication hung heavy and unspoken in the cold air. They didn't simply fall when the bridge collapsed beneath them. Something else happened here. Something violent. Something terrifying. And then there was the chasm itself. It yawned before us, a black wound in the earth, exhaling that freezing, foul air. The smell, rotten raw fear, seemed to emanate directly from its depths. Someone brought up a high-powered searchlight, its beam cutting momentarily into the abyss. But it was useless. The darkness seemed to drink the light, revealing nothing but sheer, wet rock walls plunging down into utter blackness. No bottom. No sign of anything, just void. Standing there, peering into that emptiness, you felt it, a palpable presence. Not just an absence of light, but an active, malevolent emptiness that felt like it was looking back, hungry. One of the rescue team members, a young man, reached out tentatively and touched the frayed end of one of the dangling ropes. He snatched his hand back as it burned, his face contorted in disgust.
God, he choked out.
The smell, it's in the rope. Thick, oily. He wiped his hand frantically on his trousers, but the gesture was futile. That scent, the very essence of terror, seemed to cling to everything here, the rock, the ropes, the very air we breathed. It wasn't just the smell of fear. It felt like fear itself had become a physical contaminant, a residue left by unimaginable horror. The official investigation concluded, predictably, with death by misadventure. A tragic accident. The school group had inexplicably deviated miles from their planned route, stumbled upon an unmapped, dangerously derelict rope bridge, which subsequently collapsed under their weight. The hazardous terrain and the depth of the chasm made recovery impossible. Case closed. Reports filed. Warnings issued about staying on marked paths. Hayes put in for a transfer shortly after. Different region, administrative role. He barely said goodbye. I saw him once, across a crowded car park at headquarters, months later. He looked older, grayer, haunted. He met my eyes for a second, a flicker of shared, unbearable knowledge passing between us before turning away. I stayed. Someone had to. I oversee maintenance in Snowdonia. I walk the paths, check the signs, approve the repairs, always using the right materials now, always following protocol, no matter the cost. The budget seems less important these days. But the knowledge of what I did, the corner I cut, the lives it cost, that's a weight no budget review can ever lift. Devil's Chasm remains unmarked on any official map. The woodland around it feels darker, colder, quieter than ever. Locals whisper that the strange lights are sometimes seen again, flickering deep within the fissure on moonless nights. No one goes there. Not anymore. But I remember. I remember the pale, untreated timber. I remember Hayes' easy reassurances. I remember signing off on the paperwork. Most of all, I remember the dangling ropes, snapped and frayed over that awful abyss. Sometimes, when the wind blows from the northwest, carrying the damp scent of deep woods and rain, I catch another smell underneath it all. Faint, elusive, but unmistakable. Rot. And something else. The lingering, indelible echo of fear. Our deadly mistake, forever echoing in that silent, waiting chasm. It waits for me too. I know it does. One day, perhaps, I'll walk back into those woods, follow that forgotten path, and face the darkness I helped unleash. Because some mistakes don't just haunt you. They demand a reckoning. My name is Beatrice Holloway. It still feels a little strange saying it sometimes, even after 5 years working this post. Holloway. Sounds sturdy, dependable. Maybe that's why they hired me, an American transplant with a degree in forestry and resource management and, more importantly, a reputation for level-headedness to help manage a slice of Northumberland National Park. It's a world away from the Rockies I grew up hiking, a different kind of wild, older maybe. Saturated with history, mist, and the kind of quiet that can feel heavier than noise. I came here chasing a change of scenery, a challenge, maybe even a bit of that old world mystique. I got more than I bargained for. Mostly, though, I just did my job maintaining trails, monitoring wildlife, dealing with the occasional lost tourist or fallen tree, and managing the small team of rangers based out of the Kilder Station. That team included Frank Peterson, Ranger Peterson. Frank wasn't flashy, wasn't one for grand pronouncements, not usually anyway. He was older than me by a good 15 years, wary, weathered, with eyes the color of the gray Northumbrian sky just before rain. He knew the park like the back of his hand, every beck and burn, every hidden copse, every treacherous patch of bog. He'd been walking these hills since he was a boy, long before the park was as formally managed as it is now. Locals respected him. The younger rangers, myself included initially, relied on his encyclopedic knowledge. He was quiet, methodical, the kind of guy you'd want beside you if you were caught out on the moors after dark. Until he wasn't. It started subtly. A drift in his attention during briefings. Longer solitary patrols into the park's less trafficked northern sectors. Muttering under his breath when he thought no one was listening. At first, I chalked it up to stress, maybe something personal going on at home, though Frank was famously private, bordering on reclusive. He lived alone in a small cottage on the park's edge, but then the focus of his distraction sharpened, narrowed onto one specific, peculiar subject, an unlisted stone circle deep in the Cheviot Hills. We all knew of it, vaguely. It wasn't on any official maps, tourist or geological. Historic England had surveyed it decades ago, apparently, deemed it unremarkable, a scattering of moss, covered one stone, likely Bronze Age, but poorly preserved and difficult to access. Nothing worth designating or promoting. It was just there, lost in the vast, rolling emptiness miles from any established path. Most rangers hadn't even seen it. Why would they? There was nothing to manage, nothing to protect from it or protect it from. But Frank became fixated, obsessed. He started spending nearly all his patrol time mapping routes to it, clearing faint animal tracks that led in its general direction. He filled notebooks not with wildlife sightings or trail conditions, but with sketches of the stones, measurements, observations about lichen growth, and increasingly strange annotations. Air feels thin here. One entry read, "Birds avoid the clearing." Another, "Felt the ground tremor. No seismic activity reported." Then came the word that started setting off alarm bells in my pragmatic, rule-following brain, pulsing. He first mentioned it during a rare rainy afternoon, huddled in the station's break room, nursing a mug of tea. He was staring out the window, but not really seeing the downpour. "It pulses, Bay," he said, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. He hardly ever used my first name. "On certain nights, when the moon is dark, mostly, you can feel it." "Feel what, Frank?" I asked, trying to keep my tone neutral, professional. Inside, I was cataloging symptoms: auditory or sensory hallucinations, early onset dementia, stress-induced paranoia. "The energy," he breathed, turning his gray eyes on me. They looked illuminated somehow. Feverish. It builds up, then releases. Like a heartbeat. A slow, stone heartbeat. I tried to reason with him. "Frank, it's probably subcutaneous tremors, minor geological shifts, or maybe even vibrations from the Otterburn training area. The Army sometimes does night exercises." He just shook his head, a small, sad smile playing on his lips. "No, it's the circle. It's waking up. Or maybe it never slept." His talk grew wilder over the following weeks. He spoke of Lee lines, ancient energies, frequencies the human ear couldn't detect but the body could feel. He claimed the stones changed position slightly, almost imperceptibly, between his visits. He talked about a low humming sound that seemed to emanate from the ground itself on those pulsing nights. He started looking gaunt, sleep-deprived. His meticulous ranger uniform often looked rumpled, his boots perpetually caked in mud from his off-trail excursions. Other rangers started noticing, exchanging worried glances. Dave Miller, young, enthusiastic, maybe a bit naive, tried to joke with Frank about hearing voices from the rocks. Frank didn't laugh. He just stared at Dave with that unnerving intensity until the younger man shuffled away, uncomfortable. My concern shifted from Frank's well-being to the potential liability. An experienced ranger acting erratically, venturing into remote, potentially hazardous terrain based on delusions. What if he got hurt? What if he led someone else out there? What if a hiker stumbled upon his increasingly obvious paths and got lost, or injured trying to follow them to this pulsing circle? I tried talking to him formally. As his superior, I suggested he take some leave, see a doctor. He refused politely but firmly. He said he was closer than ever to understanding it, that he couldn't stop now. He showed me complex diagrams he'd drawn, linking the circle to constellations, to magnetic north, to dates of historical significance. It was intricate, detailed, and utterly nonsensical from a scientific standpoint. The breaking point came when I found one of his newer notebooks left open on his desk. Tucked between sketches of standing stones was a detailed plan to camp inside the circle during the next new moon, which was less than 2 weeks away. He wrote about bringing specific equipment, not camping gear, but strange arrays of copper wire, tuning forks, and what looked like modified radio receivers. He believed he could record the pulse, prove he wasn't crazy. That's when I made the decision. It felt heavy, bureaucratic. Maybe even a betrayal of the Ranger camaraderie Frank himself had taught me about. But I saw no other way to ensure safety, his and the public's. I couldn't physically restrain him, couldn't force him on to leave, but I could restrict access to the area. I pulled up the old geological surveys, the ones that mentioned the difficult terrain, the uneven ground, the potential for hidden sinkholes common in that part of the Shiviots due to the underlying limestone, even though the circle itself was on whinstone. It wasn't entirely untrue the area was rough. Using that as justification, I filed an official report designating the specific grid coordinates encompassing the stone circle and a wide buffer zone around it as temporarily closed geologically unstable. I cited recent, entirely fictional minor seismic readings and ground subsidence concerns. It was paperwork, red tape, but it had teeth. It meant entering the area was prohibited. It meant I could order Frank, or anyone else, to stay away. I posted the notices at the trailheads leading anywhere near that sector. I put up temporary fencing and warning signs on the faint paths Frank had started to wear into the landscape. I specifically briefed Frank, handing him a copy of the closure order. He looked at the paper, then at me. The feverish light in his eyes seemed to dim, replaced by something colder. Hurt, maybe. Or perhaps just calculation. Geologically unstable. He repeated the word sounding foreign in his mouth. Standard procedure, Frank, I said, trying to keep my voice even, hiding the discomfort churning in my gut. Safety precaution until we can get a proper survey team out there. A lie, of course. There was no survey team planned. He didn't argue. He just nodded slowly. You're trying to keep me away, he stated, not as a question. I'm trying to keep everyone safe, Frank, yourself included. He held my gaze for a long moment, then folded the paper neatly and put it in his pocket. You don't understand. B, he said softly. You're trying to put a lid on a volcano. He turned and walked away, leaving me standing there, feeling like I just slammed a door on something I couldn't see. The air in the station suddenly felt heavy, charged, like before a thunderstorm. I shook my head, dismissing it as tension. I'd done the right thing. The sensible thing. I'd contained the problem. A week later, Frank Peterson vanished. Frank Peterson didn't show up for his Tuesday shift. That wasn't entirely unheard of. Phone signal is patchy out near his cottage, and landlines can go down in heavy rain, which we'd had the night before. But Frank was meticulous about checking in. By midday Tuesday, when he hadn't responded to radio calls or answered his landline, a knot of unease started tightening in my stomach. Dave Miller drove out to his cottage. He found the place empty. Frank's old Land Rover was gone. A half-eaten bowl of cereal sat on the kitchen table, a mug beside it. Nothing looked disturbed, no sign of a struggle or forced entry. It was as if he just stepped out for a moment and never returned. His main pack was gone, the heavy-duty one he used for longer patrols, but Dave noted that some of the odd equipment Frank had been assembling, the wires, the strange metal rods, was still on his workbench. Had he gone out on patrol Monday and not come back, standard procedure kicked in. Missing persons report filed with Northumbria Police, but park protocol dictated we begin an immediate internal search. We're often the first responders in these remote areas. We mapped his recent patrol logs deliberately vague since he'd become secretive and started organizing search grids. The terrain out here is vast, unforgiving. Miles of rolling moorland, dense forestry plantations, steep-sided valleys carved by ancient glaciers. A man could easily fall, twist an ankle, become disoriented, succumb to exposure even in milder weather. I threw myself into the search coordination, trying to mask the guilt churning beneath my professional demeanor. Every map consulted, every grid assignment given, felt like a penance. Had my geologically unstable designation pushed him to do something reckless? Had he felt cornered, desperate to prove his theories before being permanently barred? Or worse, had he gone because I forbade it, a final act of defiance? The thought was a cold weight in my chest. The first 2 hours yielded nothing. Teams scarred the areas Frank officially patrolled. Helicopter sweeps revealed no sign of his distinctive, green Land Rover, which was unusual. He wouldn't have just abandoned it on a main track. Police checks confirmed he hadn't been admitted to any hospitals, hadn't used his bank cards. It was as if he'd simply evaporated. The official search grids carefully skirted the boundary of the area I had closed off. No one questioned it. My report cited geological instability, potential sinkholes. Sending a search team in there would be reckless, counterintuitive. We focused on the periphery, combing the dense woods and boggy mires that bordered the restricted zone. We found nothing. Not a footprint, not a dropped glove, not a broken branch pointing the way. By Friday afternoon, hope was dwindling. The official search was preparing to scale back, shifting from active rescue to recovery. The grim calculation was that if Frank had been injured and exposed out there since Monday or Sunday night, his chances were virtually zero. The police investigation would continue, but the intensive park search was winding down. I couldn't accept it, standing in the incident command post, staring at the huge map tacked to the wall. My eyes kept drifting to the red, bordered rectangle marking the forbidden zone. The stone circle sat right in its heart. Frank's obsession, his pulsing energy, his warning. You're trying to put a lid on a volcano. My own report felt like a lead shield blocking the one place we hadn't looked. The place he must have gone. It was illogical based on the lack of evidence leading towards it, but logic had deserted Frank weeks ago. Why should his final destination adhere to it? That evening, as the teams packed up their gear and the temporary command post began to empty, I made a decision that felt like stepping off a cliff. I told the remaining staff I was doing one last sweep of Grid Sector 7, Alpha, bordering the western edge of the restricted zone, wanting to double, check a specific patch of dense woodland before dark. It wasn't entirely a lie. I did check it quickly, finding nothing as expected. Then, under the deepening twilight sky, I slipped through the trees, deliberately crossing the line I myself had drawn. I deactivated my official park radio. This was off the books. If I got hurt in the unstable zone, I couldn't call for help without revealing my transgression and potentially jeopardizing any insurance or liability coverage. It was stupid, reckless, all the things I'd accused Frank of being. The air immediately felt different, quieter. The usual sounds of the forest, distant sheep, the rustle of small animals, the cry of a curlew seemed muted, distant. The ground underfoot was rough, uneven, tangled with heather and bracken that grabbed at my boots. Frank's faint paths, the ones I'd seen him clearing, were already becoming overgrown, nature reclaiming them quickly. It made the going slow, arduous. I navigated by compass and the GPS on my personal phone, pushing through knee, high vegetation towards the coordinates Frank had meticulously recorded in his notebooks, the ones I now knew by heart. The light was fading fast, the clouds thickening overhead, promising more rain. A damp chill settled deep in my bones. It took me nearly an hour to cover the 1.5 miles from the boundary to where the circle was supposed to be. I crested a low rise, pushing through a final screen of gorse bushes, and then I saw it. The clearing wasn't large, perhaps 50 yards across. And there they were. Rough-hewn stones, dark gray, almost black in the gloom, arranged in a broken circle. Some were taller than me, others barely reached my waist. They weren't smooth or sculpted, just raw pillars of ancient rock thrusting out of the peat. Moss and lichen clung to their surfaces like green and gray shrouds. And perched jauntily, almost mockingly, on the jagged top of one of the taller stones on the western side was Frank Peterson's Ranger hat. My breath hitched. I stood frozen, staring. The hat. His familiar, worn, slightly misshapen hat. It was snagged firmly on a sharp edge of the stone, as if placed there deliberately. There was no other sign of him. No footprints in the damp ground nearby, though the rain might have washed them away. No discarded pack. No sign of a struggle. Just the hat. I approached cautiously, my boots sinking slightly into the spongy earth. As I got closer, two things struck me simultaneously. First, the stone seemed taller. I'd seen Frank's sketches, read the old survey reports that gave approximate heights. These felt bigger, more imposing than they should have. It It wasn't a dramatic difference, maybe only a foot or two on the larger ones, but it was enough to feel fundamentally wrong, like a memory glitching or a perspective trick that refused to resolve. I shook my head, blaming the failing light, the stress, the suggestive power of Frank's obsession finally getting to me. Second, the air hummed. It wasn't a sound, not exactly. It was lower than sound. A vibration felt more in the bones of my skull, and the fillings in my teeth than heard with my ears. It was a physical presence, a low frequency thrum that seemed to emanate from the ground, from the stones themselves. It made the hairs on my arms stand on end, sent a wave of nausea washing through me. Static electricity seemed to crackle faintly around me. I reached the stone with the hat. It was definitely taller than I remembered from the sketches. Its surface felt strangely smooth, beneath the lichen and patches, almost polished, which was wrong for weathered one stone. The hum was stronger here, a palpable pressure against my eardrums. Heart pounding, I reached up and carefully unhooked the hat. It was Frank's, all right. I could almost smell the familiar scent of pipe tobacco and damp wool. Holding it felt like holding the last tangible piece of him. I scanned the clearing, turning slowly. The circle felt watchful. The silence, apart from that incessant, subsonic hum, was absolute. No wind rustled the coarse grass within the ring of stones. The air felt heavy, stagnant. Looking back the way I came, the landscape outside the circle seemed dimmer, further away. My mistake. The word echoed in my mind, sudden, sickeningly clear. Not just the mistake of underestimating Frank's conviction, but the mistake of interfering. The signs, the closure, the official designation of geologically unstable. My attempt to impose bureaucratic order on this. You're trying to put a lid on a volcano. Standing there in the humming silence, clutching Frank's hat, staring at the stones that seemed to loom larger than they should, I felt a terrifying certainty dawn. I hadn't just tried to contain Frank. I had tried to contain the circle itself. I'd drawn a line around it, declared it off limits, focused intention and authority upon it. And the energy Frank had been so obsessed with, the energy I had dismissed as delusion, it had noticed. My mistake was trying to contain energy I didn't understand. And Frank, caught between my containment and the circle's power, had paid the price. The ground beneath my feet seemed to thrum with a slow, ancient, and utterly indifferent power. I was standing in the heart of it, and I was entirely, terrifyingly alone. Leaving the circle was harder than entering it. Not physically, though my legs felt heavy, unsteady, and the scramble back through the rough terrain in the deepening darkness was treacherous. Harder because it felt like turning my back on Frank, leaving him behind in that silent, humming place. Harder because every step away felt like I was being watched by the impassive stone eyes. The low thrumming faded slowly as I put distance between myself and the clearing, but it didn't vanish entirely. It lingered, a phantom vibration deep in my ears, a residual pressure behind my eyes. Back at the now deserted command post, I radioed Dave Miller, my voice sounding thin and strained even to myself. "I found something," I said, trying to keep it level. "In the restricted zone, Sector 4 Charlie. Frank's hat." The reaction was predictable. Relief that something had been found, quickly followed by questions I didn't want to answer. How did I find it there? Why was I in the unstable zone? I mumbled something about following a hunch, checking the perimeter, maybe straying slightly off course in the bad light. It sounded weak, unconvincing. When the recovery team went in the next morning, carefully briefed on the supposed instability I documented, they found the clearing exactly as I had described it. Except, according to their report, the stones were of standard size for unremarkable Bronze Age remnants in the Shivyids, matching the old survey dimensions perfectly, no mention of them seeming taller, and no mention of any humming. Their geological sensors picked up nothing unusual, no vibrations, no anomalies. Standard bedrock, standard peat. They listened politely when I hesitantly mentioned the humming I'd felt, the visual discrepancy with the stones. Pitying glances were exchanged. The official explanation quickly formed Beatrice Holloway, stressed from the search, grieving her colleague, perhaps suggestible due to Peterson's own documented fixation, experienced auditory or sensory illusions brought on by fatigue and the eerie atmosphere of the remote location. Understandable under the circumstances. The discovery of the hat, located deep within the hazardous zone Frank was known to frequent, cemented the official narrative. Ranger Frank Peterson, likely suffering from mental distress and ignoring safety protocols, had entered the unstable area alone. He must have met with an accident, a fall, a hidden fissure, exposure, and perished. His body might never be found in the treacherous terrain. Case closed, pending any new evidence. The geologically unstable signs remained up, now serving as a grim memorial and a genuine warning against entering the area where a ranger was lost. But I knew what I'd felt. I knew what I'd seen or perceived. The dismissal by my colleagues, the neat closing of the file, only deepened my conviction that something profoundly strange was happening at that stone circle, and that my own actions had somehow become entangled with it. The guilt didn't lessen, it festered. Frank hadn't just died. He'd vanished into the heart of the mystery he was chasing, and I might have inadvertently slammed the door behind him. His cottage was eventually cleared out by distant relatives. They let me take his park, related belongings, notebooks, maps, research papers he'd hoarded. Back in my own small house, surrounded by the scent of Northumberland damp and pine smoke from my fireplace, I spread them out. Most were standard ranger logs, but the later notebooks were filled with the obsessive detail. I remembered the sketches, the dates, the bizarre calculations, and more. Tucked away were references to local folklore I'd never heard, tales the old shepherds used to tell about the silent stones, where the air went quiet and sheep wouldn't graze. Notes about magnetic anomalies documented in obscure geological journals from the 1950s, dismissed as instrument error. Theories about the Whenstone dike the stones were part of a massive intrusion of igneous rock cutting across the country, potentially acting as a conductor for telluric currents, earth energies. He'd cross-reference phases of the moon, solar flares, even distant earthquakes, searching for correlations with the pulsing he claimed to feel. It wasn't madness, it was desperate, unconventional research. Driven by a need I couldn't articulate, atonement, understanding, maybe just a refusal to let Frank's fate be reduced to a simple accident, I started going back. Secretly, usually at dusk or dawn, avoiding patrols, deactivating my radio. Each time I crossed my own boundary line with a sense of dread and inevitability. The circle was always waiting. Sometimes the humming was barely perceptible, a faint thrum below the threshold of hearing. Other times, particularly on nights near the new moon, as Frank had written, it was intense. A physical pressure that made my vision swim, my stomach churn. On those nights, the stones did seem taller, shimmering slightly in the peripheral vision, their edges indistinct as if vibrating at a high frequency. I measured them obsessively against fixed points on the horizon, convinced they were shifting, growing, however subtly. My measurements were inconsistent, unreliable. Was it me or the stones? Then, one moonless night, weeks after Frank vanished, I felt it. The pulse. It wasn't a single beat, but a slow wave rolling outwards from the center of the circle. The ground beneath my feet seemed to rise and fall by an infinitesimal amount. The humming intensified into a near, audible bass note that resonated in my chest cavity. The air grew thick, charged, tasting metallic like ozone. For a few seconds, the stars overhead seemed to blur, the darkness absolute. I felt a profound disorientation, a sense of time stuttering, stretching. Images flashed behind my eyes, patterns like complex circuitry, landscapes I didn't recognize, and fleetingly, terrifyingly, Frank's face, not scared or peaceful, but wide-eyed with a kind of ecstatic horror, dissolving into static. Then it was over. The pressure released, the humming receded to its usual low level, the stars snapped back into focus. I was left gasping, trembling, crouched on the damp earth inside the ring of stones. That was when I truly understood. Frank hadn't been losing his mind. He'd found something real. An energy, ancient and potent, that resided in or was channeled by this place. And my action drawing a line, Imposing a human definition of hazard, of containment, hadn't sealed it off. It had somehow focused it, angered it, changed its resonance. Like striking a bell, my bureaucratic edict had caused a ripple, and Frank had been standing at the epicenter. I've tried to undo it. I've gone out there and torn down the geologically unstable signs, hoping to somehow revoke the order, dissipate the effect. But the signs are always replaced by park maintenance following procedure. I've tried to explain to my superiors, tried to show them Frank's notes, my observations. They just look at me with concern, suggesting grief counseling, extended leave. They see Frank's obsession taking root in me. Maybe they're right, but I don't think so. I still work here. I patrol the trails, I file my reports. But my real work is done off the books in the quiet hours. I watch the circle. I document the humming, the subtle shifts, the pulses that ripple through the ancient stones on dark nights. I feel its presence constantly now, a low thrum beneath the surface of my everyday life. I haven't seen Frank's image again during the pulses, but sometimes, when the air is still and the humming is strong, I feel like I'm not entirely alone out there. A sense of awareness emanating from the stones, ancient, patient, and utterly alien. It knows I'm here. It knows I interfered. It hasn't harmed me, not yet. But I feel anchored to this place, caught in the orbit of its strange energy, just as Frank was. My name is Beatrice Holloway. I came to Northumberland seeking the quiet wild. I found something else entirely, slumbering beneath the hither and the stone. Frank Peterson tried to understand it. I tried to contain it. My mistake was trying to contain energy I didn't understand, and now I think it's containing me. My name is Oliver Cromwell. Yeah, I know. Go ahead, get the jokes out of your system. Heard 'em all. Lord Protector of the parking lot. Roundhead reporting for duty. You name it. My folks had a weird sense of humor, or maybe just a misplaced sense of historical significance passed down through some obscure branch of the family tree that conveniently forgot the whole regicide part. Point is, I'm American, born and raised in suburban Connecticut, a place where the wildest thing you usually encounter is an overly aggressive squirrel or a neighbor forgetting trash day. So, finding myself knee-deep in the mud and ancient shadows of Epping Forest, just outside London, England, was a significant change of pace, to put it mildly. It wasn't a vacation. I drifted after college, bouncing between uninspiring internships and dead-end jobs. Environmental science degree gathering dust. Then, through a bizarrely specific international conservation exchange program I barely remembered applying for, I landed a placement. Assistant Ranger, Epping Forest. Sounded adventurous, important even. Trading strip malls for 1,000-year-old trees. Seemed like a fair deal. That's how I met Ranger Sykes. Arthur Sykes. He was Epping Forest personified, or maybe the other way around. Lean-weathered, with eyes the color of mossy stones that seemed to hold the patience and secrets of the woods themselves. He rarely spoke more than necessary, but when he did, his voice was a low rumble, like distant thunder or the groan of ancient roots shifting underground. He'd worked these woods for nigh on 40 years, knew every path, every hidden stream, every twisted oak like the back of his perpetually earth-stained hand. To him, the forest wasn't just a collection of trees, it was a living entity breathing, watching, remembering. Me. I was the eager, slightly naive Yank. Full of textbook knowledge about ecosystems and biodiversity, but utterly unprepared for the sheer presence of a place like Epping. It felt old in a way American forests just don't. Not just the age of the trees, some of which were genuine medieval relics, gnarled veterans that had stood sentinel while kings and queens rode beneath their boughs. It was something deeper, heavier. A weight in the air, a silence that wasn't truly silent, filled with the rustle of unseen things and the sigh of leaves that sounded unnervingly like whispers. Sykes was my mentor, my guide through the sprawling, often disorienting labyrinth. He taught me the practicalities, identifying tree diseases, managing paths, dealing with litter bugs, and the occasional lost tourist. But he also hinted at other things not found in any conservation manual. It started subtly, Casual remarks dropped during long patrols through the denser, less visited groves. We'd be checking boundary markers near the Iron Age earthworks, the air thick with the smell of damp loam and decaying leaves, and he'd pause, cocking his head. "She's restless today," he might murmur, gazing into the tangled undergrowth.
She.
I asked the first time, looking around for a stray dog or perhaps another ranger. Sykes just gave a slow, enigmatic smile. "The forest, lad. Always listen to her moods." I chalked it up to poetic license, the kind of anthropomorphism that comes from spending a lifetime in one place. Quaint, even charming. But the hints became more specific, more unsettling. He spoke of the oldest parts of the forest, the deep groves where the hornbeams and beeches grew thickest, their canopy blocking out the sun, creating a perpetual twilight. Places where the paths seemed to deliberately mislead, where compasses sometimes spun erratically, and where even seasoned woodsmen could feel a prickling sense of being watched. "There's guardians in those deep woods, Ollie." He told me one rain, slicked afternoon, huddled under the dripping eaves of an ancient pollarded oak, keepers of the oldest ways, guardians, like rare species. I offered thinking badgers or perhaps some elusive bird. He shook his head slowly, his gaze distant. "Older, and not something you'll find in your books." He paused, taking a slow drag from a hand-rolled cigarette, the smoke mingling with the mist. "There's a warden. That's the best word I have for it. Protects the heartwood, the oldest groves. Doesn't take kindly to harm coming to its domain." My rational, science-trained mind immediately bristled. "A warden? What are you talking about, Sykes? Some local legend? Bigfoot's British cousin?" I tried to keep my tone light, but a sliver of unease had lodged itself under my skin. The way he said it, calm matter of fact, wasn't the way people usually talk about folklore. Sykes just looked at me, his moss stone eyes seeming to weigh my skepticism. "Legend. Maybe, maybe not. But I've worked these woods long enough to know there are places you don't disturb, things you don't provoke. This warden, it's neither man nor beast, not as we understand him. Something woven from the roots and shadows, old as the oaks themselves. It keeps the balance." Balance. I scoffed, feeling a bit bolder now, the rain letting up slightly. Or maybe it's just stories people tell to keep kids out of the dangerous bits. He didn't argue, didn't try to convince me. He just gave another of his slow, inscrutable smiles. "Believe what you will, lad, but tread carefully near the ancient heart. Some roots run deeper than you can imagine." I dismissed it, filed it away under eccentric old rangers' tales. Interesting color, perhaps fodder for a campfire story back home, but nothing more. My world dealt with soil pH, invasive species, and budget reports. Not shadowy, non-corporeal forest guardians. Sykes was a great woodsman, salt of the earth, but clearly prone to a bit of whimsical fancy, perhaps brought on by decades of solitude among the trees. Life, or rather work, went on. We dealt with fallen branches after storms, monitored deer populations, and increasingly contended with the persistent problem of illegal logging. Not large-scale deforestation, but smaller, opportunistic crews sneaking in at night or dawn, targeting mature oaks and beeches for quick cash. They were brazen, often equipped with silenced chainsaws and night vision gear, melting back into the suburban sprawl. Before we could catch them, they left ugly scars on the landscape, raw stumps bleeding sap, deep ruts from dragging timber, the lingering smell of petrol fumes tainting the woodland air. It infuriated Sykes, offending his deep connection to the forest on a visceral level. His jaw would tighten, his eyes hardening like flint whenever we found fresh evidence. Vandals, he'd spit. Got no respect. Taking what ain't theirs to take, wounding the wood for profit. We increased patrols, varied our routes, liaised with local police, but the forest was vast, nearly 6 zellers and acres of dense woodland, heath, and ponds. Catching them in the act was like finding a specific leaf in a hurricane. Until the day we did. It's that day, that encounter, that replays in my mind, casting Sykes' strange words about the warden in a terrifying new light. It's the day I realized my biggest mistake wasn't taking the wrong path or misidentifying a fungus. My mistake was disbelief. The weeks following Sykes' talk of the warden were tense, at least for me. Every creak of a branch, every shadow that seemed a bit too deep, snagged at my attention. I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often, straining my ears in the deeper woods, half expecting, well, I didn't know what. Sykes, meanwhile, seemed unchanged, his usual quiet vigilance betraying nothing. If anything, he seemed calmer, as if having voiced the unmentionable had somehow settled something within him. I tried to push his words away, focusing on the tangible, mapping erosion patterns, clearing windfall, the usual grind. But the seed of unease had been planted, watered by the oppressive ancientness of the forest itself. We found more signs of the loggers. Fresh sawdust near venerable oaks, tire tracks crudely concealed with branches, the faint, lingering scent of two-stroke oil pollution hanging heavy in damp hollows. Sykes's anger simmered, a low burn beneath his calm exterior. They're pushing deeper, he muttered one morning, examining a newly scarred beech tree near Ambresbury Banks, one of the Iron Age hill forts. Getting bolder. Reckless, he ran a hand over the wound in the bark. They don't know what they're risking. Again, that cryptic edge. Risking getting caught? Fines, jail time. Or was he hinting at something else, something tied to his warden? I didn't ask. Part of me didn't want to know, clinging desperately to my rational worldview. The other part, the part that felt the prickle on the back of my neck, when the mist rolled in thick and sudden, was starting to wonder. The day it happened started like any other late autumn day. A crisp chill in the air, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, the forest floor a thick carpet of gold, russet, and brown leaves. We were patrolling the northern sector, an area known for its particularly old, dense stands of hornbeam and oak, exactly the kind of place Sykes had referred to as the ancient heart. It was quieter here, the sounds of the nearby town muffled, the trees pressing close, their bare branches interlacing overhead like the skeletal fingers of praying hands. We were walking a less used track, the damp leaves muffling our footsteps, when Sykes suddenly stopped. He held up a hand, his head tilted. Listening intently, I strained my ears, hearing only the gentle sigh of the wind through the high branches and the distant call of a rook. "What is it?" I whispered. He didn't answer immediately. His eyes scanned the woods ahead, narrowed and focused. Then I heard it, faint, almost subliminal at first, but growing steadily louder as we crept forward, the high-pitched, mechanical whine of a chainsaw. It was intermittent, biting into wood, then pausing, then biting again. It sounded close. Too close. Bloody hell. Sykes breathed, his voice tight with anger. Here. In the Copley Grove. Copley Grove was one of the most protected areas, famed for its centuries-old pollarded hornbeams, trees that had been continuously managed since medieval times. It felt like sacrilege. We moved faster now, urgency overriding caution, pushing through ferns and brambles, guided by the increasingly loud, aggressive sound of the saw. The smell hit us next, sharp, acrid petrol fumes and the sweeter, resinous scent of freshly cut oak. We broke through a thicket of holly and stopped dead. Before us lay a scene of violation. A small clearing likely widened by their work, dominated by the massive, newly felled trunk of an ancient oak. Its raw stump, easily 5 feet across, gleamed pale against the dark forest floor, rings telling silent tales of centuries lived. Sawdust coated everything like dirty snow. 3 men were there. 2 were leveraging another thick log onto a small, camouflage-painted trailer hitched to a battered ATV, grunting with effort. The 3rd man, burly and bearded, held the chainsaw which he just switched off. He was wiping sweat from his brow with a greasy rag. They hadn't seen us yet. Sykes stepped out from the holly, his face thunderous. "Hold it right there!" His voice, usually so calm, cracked like a whip. The loggers froze, heads snapping towards us. Surprise turned instantly to hostility. These weren't frightened kids, they were hard-faced men who knew exactly what they were doing and clearly weren't prepared to be stopped. The man with the chainsaw dropped it, letting it thud onto the leaf litter, and took a step forward, his expression menacing. The other 2 straightened up, one subtly reaching behind him towards the ATV, perhaps for a tool or weapon. Well, The bearded man sneered, looking us up and down. He lingered on me, likely noting my newer uniform, my obvious outsider status. Look what the woods dragged in. Bit lost. Are ya rangers? You're the ones who are lost. Sykes retorted, his voice low and dangerous. This is a protected grove. You know the penalty for felling timber here. Penalty. The man laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. Think we give a toss about your penalties. This here wood's worth more'n you make in a year. Now, why don't you two just turn around, walk away, and forget you saw anything? Be healthier for ya. He took another step closer, clenching his fists. His companions fanned out slightly, flanking him. The air crackled with aggression. My heart was hammering against my ribs. 3 of them, one of us clearly past his prime, and me who hadn't been in a real fight since middle school. They were bigger, meaner, and cornered. This wasn't going to end with a stern warning. I glanced at Sykes, expecting to see fear, or at least calculation. Instead, his expression was shifting into something I couldn't read. The anger was still there, but overlaid with a strange, almost sorrowful intensity. He looked past the loggers into the depths of the grove behind them. You shouldn't have cut that tree, Sykes said, his voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying an unnerving weight. Not this one, not here.
Oh, yeah?
The leader scoffed, reaching down to pick up a heavy wrench that lay near the stump. And who's going to stop us? You old man, or pretty boy here. He hefted the wrench menacingly. Last chance. Piss off. That's when Sykes did it. He didn't draw the emergency radio from his belt. He didn't reach for the small deterrent spray we sometimes carried. He simply pursed his lips and let out a sound unlike anything I had ever heard. It wasn't a bird call, though it had a low, resonant pitch. It wasn't the whistle for a dog, sharp and commanding. It was deeper, a low, mournful 3-tone note that seemed to sink into the very soil, vibrating not just in the air, but in the wood of the surrounding trees, in the fillings in my teeth, in the marrow of my bones. It wasn't loud, yet it cut through the tension like a physical blade. The effect was instantaneous and profound. The forest, which moments before had been alive with the subtle sounds of wind, distant birds, and rustling leaves, went utterly, unnaturally silent. Not quiet. Silent, as if a cosmic mute button had been pressed. The wind died. The birds stopped mid-chirp. Even the tiny scuttlings of insects in the leaf litter ceased. The silence pressed in on us, heavy and absolute, sucking the air from my lungs. It was the most terrifying sound I had ever experienced, the sound of everything holding its breath. The loggers felt it too. The sneer dropped from the leader's face, replaced by confusion, then dawning fear. He looked around wildly, the wrench held forgotten in his hand. What was that? What's going on? One of the others stammered, his eyes wide, darting nervously into the now unnervingly still trees surrounding the clearing. Sykes just stood there, his face impassive, watching the woods. He didn't look at the loggers anymore. He looked past them, into the deepest shadows beneath the ancient hornbeams. His expression was one of grim expectation. Then, from the dense undergrowth just beyond the felled oak, came a sound, a soft, dry rustling. Then another, louder this time, the sound of countless leaves being disturbed, of brittle twigs snapping. It wasn't the sound of a deer or a badger or any single animal. It sounded bigger, closer. The rustling intensified, spreading rapidly along the edge of the clearing, coming from multiple directions at once. A violent, purposeful agitation of the forest floor, as if something immense was stirring just out of sight, shaking the very roots of the ancient wood. The silence was broken, replaced by this dry, whispering, slithering sound that promised something ancient and utterly unknown was about to emerge from the shadows. The loggers stared, frozen between disbelief and primal terror, at the violently trembling bushes, and Sykes just wiped his brow, as if merely feeling the heat of the day. The rustling wasn't just noise, as pressure, a physical weight building in the unnatural silence, emanating from the violently agitated perimeter of the small clearing. It wasn't one thing moving. It felt like the entire understory was coming alive, a wave of shivering leaves, snapping twigs, and writhing brambles converging on the three terrified loggers. They stood paralyzed, caught between the incomprehensible sound behind them and the two rangers before them. The leader, the one with the wrench, finally broke. With a strangled yell, he turned not towards us, but towards the ATV, perhaps hoping its meager horsepower could outrun whatever was coming. He never made it. From the churning shadows beneath the ancient hornbeams, something surged. It wasn't a beast, not in any conventional sense. There was no fur, no claws, no single defined shape. It was movement, a whirlwind of autumn leaves, black soil, tangled roots, and deeper, impossible shadows, coalescing for a terrifying instant into a vaguely man, like silhouette 10 feet tall, impossibly broad, shifting and reforming like smoke in a gale. Ice, maybe. I thought I saw 2 points of utter blackness, voids within the swirling chaos, fixed on the fleeing logger. A sound tore through the air, not a roar, but the groan of immense trees straining in a hurricane mixed with the dry, sibilant whisper of a billion dead leaves. The logger screamed, a raw, high-pitched shriek of pure terror that was abruptly cut off. The swirling mass of forest detritus engulfed him. It wasn't like an animal attacking, it was more like the forest itself inhaled him. One moment he was there, arm outstretched towards the ATV, face a mask of horror. The next, he was simply gone, subsumed into the churning vortex of leaves and shadow, which immediately flowed back towards the tree line, dragging something heavy. Though the man himself was no longer visible, the wrench clattered onto the ground, spinning on the damp earth. The other two loggers witnessed this. Their bravado, their aggression, evaporated like mist. One crumpled to his knees, babbling incoherently, tears streaming down his face. The other, galvanized by primal fear, turned and bolted blindly into the woods in the opposite direction, scrambling over the felled oak log. The rustling intensified again, the ground seeming to writhe beneath our feet. Another surge, faster this time, erupted from the undergrowth near where the second man had run. It flowed across the ground like a tide of shadow and snapping branches, impossibly fast. We heard another choked scream, shorter this time, abruptly silenced. Then nothing but the receding rustle as that part of the entity withdrew back into the gloom. Now only the kneeling man remained, sobbing uncontrollably, rocking back and forth beside the raw, pale stump of the great oak he had helped kill. The swirling, rustling chaos hadn't fully retreated. It lingered at the edge of the clearing, a vaguely shifting wall of animated forest floor, the deep groaning sound underpinning the dry whispers. The points of utter blackness reappeared, fixing on the last logger. He looked up, saw it, and his babbling turned into a single, long, drawn-out moan of despair. He didn't try to run. He just knelt there, paralyzed. The mass surged forward again, slower this time, almost deliberate. It flowed around him, over him. There was no struggle, no sound from the man, just the continued dry rustling and deep groaning. It was like watching sand pour over an object, burying it completely. Within seconds, the swirling vortex engulfed him entirely, and then, like the tide receding, it flowed back, melting into the shadows of the standing trees, leaving behind nothing but disturbed leaves and an unnerving stillness. The clearing was empty, save for Sykes, me, the felled oak, the abandoned chainsaw, the ATV and trailer, and a single wrench lying near the stump. The oppressive silence returned for a moment, thick and heavy. Then, slowly, tentatively, the normal sounds of the forest began to seep back in. A bird called uncertainly from a high branch. The wind sighed through the canopy. The rustle of leaves underfoot sounded natural again. It was as if nothing had happened, but it had. 3 men had been here. Now they were gone. Not run off, not dragged away. Gone. Consumed. Erased. My legs felt weak, my stomach churned. I leaned against a nearby tree, gasping for air, trying to process the impossible, terrifying reality of what I had just witnessed. My scientific worldview, my comfortable rationality, lay shattered in pieces around my muddy boots. And Sykes. He stood calmly surveying the scene. He walked over to the massive oak stump, ran his hand over its raw surface, his expression unreadable. Then he did exactly what my memory recalled. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and calmly, deliberately wiped his brow as if merely shaking off the exertion of a brisk walk, or the aftermath of a tense argument, not the utter annihilation of three human beings by a supernatural forest entity. He finally looked at me, his moss stone eyes holding a deep, ancient wariness, but no surprise. "Told you, Ollie," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "There's a warden. Protects the oldest groves." But Sykes, what was that? My voice was a trembling wreck. Where did they go? He sighed, tucking the handkerchief away. "Going back to the earth," he said cryptically. "Fed the roots. The forest takes back what's taken from it, especially here. That oak," he gestured to the stump. "It was old when the Normans came. Part of the heartwood. Cutting it down, that was like tearing a chunk out of the warden itself. It don't stand for that." He walked over and picked up the wrench, tossing it onto the trailer with the abandoned chainsaw. "We report finding the gear abandoned. Loggers likely spooked, ran off. Police might search, but they won't find him, not ever." He met my horrified gaze. "Nobody harms the deep woods and walks away if the warden is roused. Nobody." I stared at him, then at the empty clearing, the silent trees. The warden. Neither man nor beast. Woven from roots and shadows. It wasn't folklore. It wasn't superstition. It was real. Ancient, powerful, and utterly terrifyingly indifferent to human notions of mercy or law. It simply was an extension of the primeval forest itself, its protector, its immune system. My mistake. I finally choked out, the words tasting like ash in my mouth, echoing the thought that had been screaming in my head since Sykes blew that impossible whistle. My mistake was disbelief. Sykes nodded slowly, a flicker of something, maybe pity, maybe just understanding in his eyes. "Aye, lad, it often is." I didn't last much longer in Epping Forest. How could I? Every shadow seemed to pulse with hidden life. Every rustle of leaves sounded like the precursor to annihilation. I couldn't walk the paths without imagining the swirling chaos lurking just beyond sight. Couldn't look at the ancient trees without feeling their immense, patient, and potentially lethal power. I saw Sykes occasionally, exchanged few words. He knew why I had to leave. He'd seen that look in people's eyes before, I suspect. The look of someone who has peeked behind the veil of the ordinary world and seen the terrifyingly real things that lie beneath. I came back to the States, back to concrete and manicured lawns, trying to forget the groaning whispers and the swirling darkness among the ancient hornbeams. But I can't forget. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind rustles the leaves outside my window, I hear that low three-tone whistle in my memory, feel that bone-deep silence fall, and I know with chilling certainty that some roots run deeper than we can ever imagine, and some guardians never sleep. My mistake was disbelief, and it's a mistake I'll carry with me, etched into my soul for the rest of my life. My name is Cecilia Vance, but most folks just call me Cease. Used to be, anyway. Now I mostly keep to myself. It's quieter this way. Safer. It's been 5 years since I hung up the uniform, the sturdy khaki shirt and trousers of the Coastal Park Service. But sometimes I still catch the phantom scent of salt spray and pine needles clinging to clothes that have long since been washed or thrown away. 5 years since I walked away from the rugged coastline of northern Maine, away from the crashing waves, the jagged cliffs, and the whispering isolation of Acadia Point Ranger Station. Away from the memory of miles. Being a coastal ranger wasn't a job for the faint of heart, especially up there. Our stretch of coast was beautiful, undeniably so, in that raw, untamed way that nature often is. Granite cliffs plunged dramatically into the churning Atlantic, dotted with hardy spruce and fir trees that clung precariously to life. Hidden coves, accessible only by boat or treacherous footpaths, punctuated the shoreline, each with its own secrets, its own dangers. Tourists loved the scenic overlooks in the summer, snapping pictures of lighthouses and lobster boats. But they rarely saw the coast's other face, the one that revealed itself in the biting winter winds, the dense summer fogs, and the sudden, violent squalls that could blow in off the ocean with little warning. We saw it, though. The Rangers. It was our job to know it, to respect it, and sometimes to fear it. We patrolled the trails, maintained the pathways, warned hikers away from crumbling cliff edges, and responded to calls mostly minor stuff, lost tourists, twisted ankles, the occasional small boat running into trouble near the shore. Routine mostly. But always underpinning the routine was the awareness of the ocean's immense power and the coast's unforgiving nature. Acadia Point Station itself was a sturdy, slightly weathered building perched on a headland overlooking a wide bay. It had the essentials: a main office with maps plastering the walls, radios crackling intermittently, a small bunk room for overnight shifts, a tiny kitchenette that always smelled faintly of stale coffee. From the big picture window in the office, you could see for miles on a clear day the vast expanse of blue, gray water meeting the sky, the distant silhouette of islands, the white slash of waves breaking against the rocks below, and you could see the entrance to Wrecker's Cove. Even on the brightest, calmest days, Wrecker's Cove had an aura about it. Tucked between two sheer headlands, its mouth was choked with submerged rocks that churned the water into a constant froth, even when the rest of the bay was placid. Its beaches, if you could call them that, were narrow strips of dark sand and sharp shingle, littered with driftwood bleached white as bone. Access by land was a nightmare, a steep, slippery trail that was often washed out by rain or high tides. Locals mostly avoided it. They had longer memories than the Park Service brochures. They called it Wrecker's Cove for a reason, though the official histories were vague. Tales persisted of ships lured onto the rocks in centuries past, not just by storms, but by false lights, deliberate lights. Stories passed down through generations, morphing into ghost stories told around campfires or whispered over beers in the nearest town's dimly lit pub. Spirits of drowned sailors, they said, or something older, something that dwelled in the sea caves, honeycombing the base of the cliffs, caves that flooded completely at high tide. They said these entities resented the living, resented the land, and sought to draw others into their cold, watery embrace. We rangers mostly scoffed at the tales, attributing them to overwrought imaginations and the natural dangers of the cove. It was easy to see how ships could founder there in bad weather or fog. No need for ghosts. Easy to say. Anyway, I'd been with the service for 6 years when Miles Corbin transferred in. He was younger than me, maybe late 20s, fresh-faced, enthusiastic, full of textbook knowledge, but a bit green when it came to the unpredictable realities of this particular coastline. He came from an inland park, all forests and mountains, and the ocean was a novelty to him. He loved the drama of it, the power, but I don't think he truly grasped its indifference, its potential for sudden, mindless violence. He was a good ranger, though diligent, eager to learn, always willing to pull the unpleasant shifts. We fell into an easy partnership, covering patrols, sharing radio duty, complaining about the budget cuts and the aging equipment. He sometimes teased me about being too cautious, called me an old salt, told me I was starting to sound like the superstitious locals. I'd just tell him that caution kept you alive out here. Miles had heard the stories about Wrecker's Cove, of course. He found them fascinating, like something out of a spooky novel. He'd ask the old-timers in town about them, collecting variations of the legends, the phantom lights appearing during storms, the whispers on the wind, the feeling of being watched when near the Cove's entrance. He treated it like local color folklore. He didn't believe it. Not really. He believed in tides, currents, storm surges, faulty navigation, human error. Tangible things. Logical things. I wish I could say I truly believed the stories either back then. But I'd be lying if I said Wrecker's Cove didn't make my skin crawl sometimes. There were days patrolling the cliff path above it when the air felt heavier, colder than it should have. Days when the silence seemed too profound, or when the cry of a gull sounded less like a bird and more like a distorted warning. Once, exploring near the landward access trail, I found a strange carving on an old, weather-beaten piece of driftwood wedged high in the rocks, not initials or anything recognizable, but a complex, swirling pattern that seemed almost hypnotic. I dismissed it as meaningless, maybe some weird natural formation or an oddball artist's work. But I didn't forget it. We settled into the rhythm of late autumn. The tourist season was long over, the air grew sharp, and the days shortened dramatically. Storms became more frequent, rolling in off the Atlantic with impressive fury. We spent more time indoors, monitoring weather reports, ensuring equipment was ready, occasionally venturing out in the lulls to check for trail damage or hazards. It was during one of these darkening, storm, brewing weeks that everything changed. The routine shattered. The whispers from Wrecker's Cove stopped being folklore and became a horrifying, tangible reality. And Miles made the mistake we all had deep down. He assumed that when you saw a light in the darkness, it meant someone needed help. He never considered that the light itself might be the danger, that it wasn't a call for rescue, but a lure. The storm didn't creep in, it attacked. One moment, the sky was a bruised purple, gray, the wind moaning through the pines. The next, the heavens ripped open. Rain didn't fall, it drove horizontal sheets of water hurled inland by a wind that shrieked like something tormented. The sea, already restless, became a boiling cauldron of gray, foam-streaked fury. Waves, monstrous and relentless, exploded against the cliffs below the station, sending plumes of spray hundreds of feet into the air, rattling the thick glass of the office window. The lights flickered, held, then died, plunging the station into near-total darkness, save for the emergency backup lamps that cast long, dancing shadows in the frantic, intermittent sweep of the lighthouse beam further down the coast. Miles and I were on the late shift, hunkered down, tracking the storm's progress on the weather radar before the power went out. The forecast had been bad, but this was elemental rage. The building groaned under the assault. Outside, the world dissolved into a roaring chaos of wind and water. Protocol was clear: stay put, monitor communications, respond only if conditions permitted, and the situation was life-threatening. Going out in this was suicide. We'd been running on backup power for maybe an hour, the radio crackling with static bursts and occasional, distorted transmissions from boats further out, seeking shelter when the call came through. It wasn't clear. A broken voice, barely audible over the storm's roar and the radio's interference. A local fisherman, maybe, or someone on a yacht caught unprepared. Lights, flashing, near wreckers. The rest was swallowed by a screech of static. Miles leaned closer to the receiver, adjusting the squelch. Radio checked, repeat your transmission. What's your location? Over, silence, then another burst of garbled noise. Then, clear for a second, Wrecker's Cove, South Headland. Regular flashes. The signal died again. We looked at each other in the dim emergency lighting. Wrecker's Cove. In this storm, SOS flashing lights were serious. Standard procedure demanded investigation if possible. But possible was the operative word. Nobody should be out there, especially not near the cove, I said, my voice tight. Could be debris, could be anything reflecting the lighthouse beam strangely. Or it could be someone, Miles countered, already reaching for his heavy-duty waterproof gear. A boat driven onto the rocks, hikers trapped by the tide. Miles, look outside! You can't even see the cliff edge. The trail down to the cove, if it even still exists after this rain, will be a death trap. And the tide's coming in high with this surge. My own heart was pounding. The thought of anyone trapped near that cove, especially now, was chilling. But the thought of sending one of us out there... Standard procedure, cease, he said, his voice strained but determined. He was already pulling on thick Gore-Tex trousers. Report of distress signals we have to at least try to verify. This isn't standard. This is a hurricane. Force storm hitting the most dangerous part of our patrol area. And regular flashes. Not the standard SOS ... Could be anything? Could be... I stopped myself before I said it. Could be the old stories. Could be someone dying while we sit here debating. He snapped back, zipping up his jacket. He grabbed a high-powered, waterproof torch from the emergency locker. I'll take the radio. I'll check in every 5 minutes. I'm not going down into the cove, just to the overlook on the South Headland. Get a visual, see if it's legitimate, If it is, we call the Coast Guard, though God knows if they can even launch in this. I argued. I pleaded. I cited regulations about ranger safety during extreme weather. But he was resolute. Maybe it was the ingrained sense of duty. Maybe it was his dismissal of the Cove's darker reputation. Maybe he just felt he had to do something. He clapped me on the shoulder, a quick, reassuring gesture that didn't reassure me at all. I'll be careful. Cease. 5-minute checks. Promise. He pulled his hood up, cinched it tight, and braced himself against the door. He gave me one last look, a slightly forced grin, then opened it. The wind tore the door from his grasp, slamming it back against the exterior wall with a sickening crack. Rain and spray blasted into the room. Then he was gone, swallowed instantly by the howling dark. I wrestled the door shut, the wind fighting me, finally managing to throw the heavy bolts. Silence descended inside the station, a heavy, oppressive silence made louder by the raging symphony of the storm outside. The next hour was the longest of my life. I sat by the radio, knuckles white, straining to hear his voice over the constant static. Acadia Point to Ranger Corbin, radio check over, static. The roar of the wind. 5 minutes passed, 10, 15. My calls became more frequent, more frantic. Miles, report! Miles, do you copy? Over. Nothing but the hiss and crackle, the electronic ghosts of the storm. The rational part of my brain tried to supply explanations. Radio malfunction due to water damage. Impossible transmission conditions. Maybe he'd turned back without being able to get through. But the cold dread coiling in my stomach knew better. Wrecker's Cove. The flashing lights. The storm. Then, miraculously, a broken transmission cut through the noise. It wasn't clear, heavily distorted, but it was unmistakably Miles's voice. Cisa at the overlook lights are down there, near the cave entrance. Another burst of static obliterated his words. Then, clear for a horrifying instant, found someone huddled, strange. The final word was drawn out, laced with something I couldn't identify: confusion, fear. Then, a sound like a sharp intake of breath, a sudden, violent burst of static, louder and harsher than before, and then nothing. Absolute silence from the radio, aside from the background storm noise.
Miles! What did you find?
Miles, answer me! I shouted into the microphone, tears mixing with the cold sweat on my face. Nothing. I tried every channel. Nothing. It was like his radio ceased to exist. The rest of the night is a blur of terror and helplessness. Pacing the small office, staring out the window into impenetrable blackness. Calling into the dead radio until my voice was hoarse. The storm raged relentlessly, mocking my inability to do anything. I couldn't go after him. Not then. It would have been suicide. All I could do was wait, trapped in the groaning station, listening to the wind howl like the souls of the damned, picturing Miles down there, near that cursed cave, finding something huddled and strange. Dawn broke gray and exhausted. The wind still howled, but the rain had lessened to a miserable, driving drizzle. The sea remained a violent, churning mass, but the tide was receding. Low tide. The only time the sea caves near Wrecker's Cove were even partially exposed. Protocol be damned. Backup wasn't due for hours. The Coast Guard was still grounded. I couldn't wait. Pulling on my own gear, grabbing a spare radio, though I had little hope, and the most powerful torch we had, I headed out. The trail was a mess: fallen branches, loose rocks, slick mud trying to suck the boots off my feet. The wind threatened to tear me from the cliff path. By the time I reached the overlook where Miles had presumably been, the scene below was one of utter devastation. The narrow beach of Wrecker's Cove was strewn with fresh debris, shattered timber, tangled fishing nets, unnatural clumps of seaweed torn from the depths. Waves still crashed violently, though not reaching the base of the cliffs now the tide was lower. My eyes scanned the area desperately, and then I saw it. Near the dark, forbidding mouth of the largest sea cave, partially hidden behind a cluster of black, slick rocks, lay Miles's heavy-duty torch. It was off. A few feet away, snagged on a jagged shard of rock near the cave entrance, was a piece of fabric. Dark green, ripped violently from something larger. I scrambled down the treacherous path, heart hammering against my ribs, slipping and sliding until I reached the beach level. I picked up the torch. The lens was cracked, the casing dented. It wouldn't turn on. Then I reached the fabric. It was undeniably from Miles's ranger jacket. Torn, not cut, not worn through, ripped. As if snagged in a desperate struggle. I stood there, the cold drizzle plastering my hair to my face, the roar of the surf filling my ears, staring at the dark, dripping maw of the sea cave. Miles had come down here. He had found something, or someone, and then nothing. Just a broken torch and a torn jacket at the threshold of the whispering dark. The official search for Miles Corbin lasted nearly a week. When the weather finally broke, truly broke, allowing for a full-scale operation, the effort was intense. Coast Guard cutters methodically searched the bay. Helicopters chopped the air overhead, their observers scanning the churning water and the rugged coastline. Dive teams, hampered by the treacherous currents and submerged rocks that defined Wrecker's Cove, made tentative explorations near the sea cave entrance, but found the conditions too dangerous to penetrate deep within the flooded passages. Volunteers and fellow rangers combed every inch of the surrounding cliffs and beaches. They found nothing. Not another scrap of clothing, not a boot, not a single sign of him beyond the broken torch and the ripped piece of jacket I had discovered near the cave mouth. After 7 days, with heavy hearts and solemn faces, the search was officially called off. Ranger Miles Corbin was declared missing, presumed lost at sea, swept away by the ferocious storm surge, likely drowned, his body either pulled far out by the receding tide or trapped irretrievably within the labyrinthine underwater caves of the Cove. Case closed. A tragic accident. A reminder of the perils of the coast and the fury of nature. That was the official story, the logical one. The one that appeared in the reports and was relayed to Miles's heartbroken family inland. But the locals, the ones whose families had clung to this stretch of rock and sea for generations, they knew better. They didn't express it in official statements, but in lowered voices in the general store, in meaningful glances exchanged over coffee cups, in the solemn shake of weathered heads. Wrecker's Cove. They'd murmur, the name itself an explanation. The lights. Shouldn't have gone near the lights during the blow. They looked at me with a kind of pity, the newcomer who'd been on duty, the one who'd let him go. They didn't blame me. Not outwardly. But they knew I'd been touched by the Cove's darkness. I couldn't accept the official verdict. Tragic accident felt too neat, too simple. It didn't account for the chilling pieces that didn't fit the specific report of flashing lights, not a standard SOS. Miles's last fragmented words found someone huddled. Strange, the violent, unnatural burst of static that cut him off. And the ripped jacket snagged accidentally on a rock during a fall, or torn in a struggle with something immensely strong. Sleep offered little escape. When I did manage it, my dreams were filled with howling wind, flashing lights that resolved into cold, hungry eyes, and the echoing sound of Miles's voice abruptly silenced. During my waking hours, Wrecker's Cove loomed large in my thoughts, an open wound on the coastline, pulsing with a menace only I seemed to fully appreciate. I became obsessed. During my off hours, I started digging. I spent days in the dusty archives of the local library and the small historical society museum. I pored over brittle newspaper clippings detailing past shipwrecks near the Cove, noting the unsettling frequency with which they occurred during storms and periods of poor visibility. I found accounts that mentioned confusing lights or phantom signals leading ships astray. I unearthed journals from 19th century lighthouse keepers filled with routine entries punctuated by occasional cryptic remarks about strange glows near the Cove on stormy nights, dismissed as atmospheric phenomena or St. Elmo's fire, but described with a distinct unease. One entry, dated November 1887, sent a particular shiver down my spine. A keeper described seeing faint, rhythmic flashes near the water level at Wrecker's Cove during a brutal nor'easter. He'd almost reported it as a vessel in distress, but hesitated, noting the light seemed too deliberate, yet too unnatural, and vanished abruptly when the lighthouse beam swept near it. He wrote of feeling profoundly watched that night. I revisited the Cove itself, always at low tide, drawn by a morbid compulsion. I never ventured deep into the cave. Some primal instinct screamed against it, but I stood at its entrance, breathing the cold, dank air that smelled of ancient brine and decay. The darkness within seemed absolute, sound-absorbing. Water dripped with unsettlingly regular rhythm. Sometimes I thought I heard whispers on the currents of air eddying from the opening. Formless sounds that might have been the sea, or might have been something else entirely. Once, my torch beam caught something wedged in a high crevice, just inside the cave mouth, another piece of carved driftwood. Similar to the one I'd found years before, the swirling pattern seeming to redden the flickering light. I backed away quickly, my skin crawling. The place felt alive, but not with any life I recognized. It felt aware, and it felt hungry. Slowly, horribly, the pieces clicked into place. The local legends weren't just stories. They were warnings, distorted memories of something real and predatory. The flashing lights Miles went to investigate weren't a call for help. They were bait. The someone huddled he found wasn't a victim of the storm. It was the lure itself, mimicking vulnerability, drawing him closer. What shape did it take? I didn't want to imagine. But his description, strange, spoke volumes. It was something wrong, something unnatural, designed to prey on the instinct to rescue. And the static, it wasn't equipment failure. It was intentional. A silencing. A final, electronic gasp as the connection to our world was severed before Miles could fully describe what he was seeing, before he could warn anyone. The ripped jacket wasn't from a fall. It was from the moment the lure dropped its disguise. The realization settled over me like a shroud. Miles hadn't died because of the storm. He died because he answered a call from something that shouldn't exist, something ancient and malevolent that dwelled in the darkness of Wrecker's Cove and used the chaos of storms to hunt. He made the mistake of assuming the light came from someone needing rescue, not something luring. I couldn't stay after that. Every crashing wave sounded like a threat. Every shadow seemed to move. Every crackle on the radio made my blood run cold. Looking out at Wrecker's Cove filled me with a visceral terror that choked the breath from my lungs. How could I patrol those cliffs, knowing what lay beneath? How could I promise safety to hikers or boaters when I knew such horrors were real? I handed in my resignation a few months later, citing personal reasons. My supervisor, a pragmatic man who believed firmly in the tragic accident theory, accepted it with understanding sympathy for my trauma. He didn't know the half of it. I moved inland, far from the coast, far from the smell of salt and the cry of gulls. I found a quiet job, keep to myself mostly. But the ocean's roar is still in my ears sometimes, especially on stormy nights. And occasionally, when the static on the radio flares up for no reason, I hear it, a faint echo, distorted, almost lost in the noise. Strange. I'm writing this down now, 5 years later, because the silence feels too heavy, because Miles deserves more than the official story, and because maybe, just maybe, someone else will see strange lights flashing near a dangerous cove on a stormy night. Maybe they'll remember this account and hesitate. Maybe they'll understand that not all lights pierce the darkness to offer hope. Some lights are merely the phosphorescence of the anglerfish, drawing you into the waiting jaws of the deep. Wrecker's Cove is still there, and whatever dwells within it is patient. It waits for the next storm, the next curious soul, the next victim to mistake its lure for a light of salvation. It waits.